the heads.
Look at the heads.
Yeah. We're all crazy.
As we welcome everybody back to our third day of coverage here at the feature bounty, and we're going to have an all-in on our very first hand. Liam Jihu is going to decide pocket sevens are enough, and he's probably going to be looked up here by Steve with ace queen. We've got an all-in confrontation on our very first hand of our feature bounty feature table.
Sorry, I might fold. Oh, that's going to be a ban, right? Give him an orbit. With his 100k still in, he can't call. 5 fold. You fold out of him. 6 fold. Like worse.
And we're going to be off to the races on hand one. Liam playing about 2 hands to get through to his final table.
Folded around way too quick. I'm dead.
Right, boys.
Folded around way too quickly.
So he's going to be happy with whatever happens here, but he wants to be winning the flip.
Tell me that.
I folded sevens.
And there is a queen in the window for Steve, and it's pretty bad news for Liam.
Just made myself complain.
He'll need a 7 and a 7 only to
It's always coming, you know, right?
stay with us for more than one hand, and that'll be it. We say goodbye to Liam on our first hand as I welcome in one of our APT ambassadors and guest commentator for the day, Jared Thatcher. Welcome, Jared.
Thank you. Yeah, happy to be here.
A bit of action for our very first hand here of our feature bounty.
Yeah, I suppose Liam can't be too disappointed. It's coming in the short stack, but
glad they didn't just call.
bit sad.
He made mention to me. He registered late and a play where he knocked everyone out. So he played like 1 or 2 hands, and then the other guy knocked another person out, and he was just on the FT. So he basically never played a hand in that shootout format.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, so he qualified for a final table after playing 2 hands, so
And
can't
cashed.
complain. And cashed, yeah. Did you play this event?
I did, yeah. I registered last minute. My table wasn't like that, so yeah.
Yeah. I think there was one table that bagged about 4 hours after his table did, so pretty crazy variance, and you like it's be pretty good for your hourly to just sit there for 2 hands and cash. Small profit.
Yeah, I wonder whose table he was on.
It was Bernard, I think.
Bernie, yeah. He means business.
Now, we will be going through a few hands that you've played on stream this week later on in the coverage once people start to tune in.
Please,
not many of them you're going to enjoy.
All right, well, thanks for having me.
As James looks to squeeze here with the ace-9 suited.
Nice play.
Looks like he'll be getting through.
Yeah, a bit cheeky. Would like to have seen him go a bit bigger, but should get the job done.
That time bank one chip has fooled us a few times this week in the booth as Steve is a non-believer. Comes with call. Any thoughts here? What are our thoughts here, Jared? Just taking one off here with the ace-5?
Oh, I would have liked to have seen him re-raise.
Yeah, if he chooses to play right and gets a gutter for his troubles.
I can see him winning the hand from here. Should go back call, and then James doesn't connect. He'll might check turn.
That's 35.
Josh Baraba in the chat saying go the Tigers. I was wearing my Tigers singlet proudly earlier in the day.
Now, I am a Victorian. Are we talking about the West Tigers? Or
West Tigers,
We're talking about the West Tigers. Yeah. I wouldn't... Here we go. Because the Tigers in the league I follow are the worst team in the comp by far in the AFL at the moment. So I was assuming it could have been the West Tigers you're talking about.
We were the worst team for the last 3 years straight, but we're really good this year. Well, relatively. At least we have hope, you know.
As every prediction you've made for this hand so far, Jared, has come true. What are we doing here?
Oh,
Checking
he's
back?
got to steal it. No, Steve, please. Oh, we would have got it done.
As we do have a fair few familiar faces. Well, we did, losing Liam Jehu on the first hand, but Cooper Felton, who has been on stream this week, and the always memorable Amin Riazade, as James will choose to value bet his hand here on the river. Steve's got himself into a bit of a pickle here.
Pickle indeed. I mean, yeah, it's not very enjoyable. I think you can just let it go, but I don't know. Could see a hero. It's a bit of an annoying size.
Does lay that one down. Now, I was mentioning that Liam Cooper and Amin are more of our familiar faces on this table. Amin Riazade winning the main event here last year. You'll be able to see his banner in the room, and you'll be able to see his banner in over at Southport.
Is Jinxie commentating?
As Amin asks if I'm commentating, yes I am. Hello. Hello Cooper, hello
Really
guys.
cold down each
Got
side.
Jared Thatcher in here with me as well. And you will see Amin's banner up in this room and Southport Sharks as he took down the APL Million last year for 700,000. As well as the APT main in the same year. Pretty incredible.
Why'd you fold me?
I don't know.
Have you
I think I'm
had
meeting
much
up.
experience playing against Steve,
That's not
Bernard
meaning I know.
or James in the past, Jared?
You remember Four Deuce,
I
Jinxie?
played
You
with
guys
Steve
back-
before. Not too much. No hands of note coming back. And then when I started playing at the Star in Sydney, I used to play Bernie quite a lot. And I think I've been on a few FTs with him before. He, yeah, he's been around for a while, always in the mix.
Any experience with James that you can recall?
No, no.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, the two familiar faces had a lot of hands with Amin and Cooper over the last few years.
What a last 12 months they've both had as well, right? Cooper, that deep run in the WSOPC event in LA, where he was given his famous nickname, the Bushwhacker.
Bushwhacker.
And Amin, of course, his results. There's not much more to be said about the great Amin, as we do have payouts for you up on the screen and in the chat. 18,000 to the winner. Second is 11K, and third, rounding the top three out for just over 7,000. This was a unique event. If a player was given a designated bounty for the table, and if you knocked that player out, you'd get your buy-in back of the 1650. Did that play any part or any difference in your strategy on your table, or were you the bounty, or do you recall any?
I don't know. It all happened so quick. I didn't even know if ours was allocated by the time I was out. I doubled up, and then I bluffed it all off. And there you have it. I might have been the bounty. Hope I was. Made someone stay. Bluff catch, get $1,600.
Now, you were a $600 bounty in the Hashem deep stack, but you didn't get to play that, did you?
No.
No, you didn't. No. So, it was 3,600 added into the pool there by APT to knock out an ambassador.
Didn't give you the chance.
You were too busy providing us some great moments on stream in the Goliath. So many hands to get through. Can't wait to do that in about an hour or so. I know you're not keen, but there are a few other spots you might not remember that are in the back of my head that I'd like to ask about as well. And it'll be very informative for our viewers to get your thought process in some of those hands.
Should bet the queen on the turn.
As
You would have folded the river.
if you had much success against Amin, you know, and you know, most of the pots you'd be playing against him would be heads up in a tournament. Do you think, how's your distribution been versus Amin, given the incredible 12 months he's had?
I've got him in a few big pots, but he's certainly got me. If something about Amin's play is that he doesn't shy away from playing big pots, so inevitably you're going to have a collision with him at some point. And yeah, he can be a bit tricky. He's not going to give up on a hand. So you just have to buckle up a bit with him, I think. You don't quite know what he's doing.
I think I saw, I can't recall it ever playing myself, but I think I saw the first, I actually lost count of how many bets went in pre, but deep in the mystery bounty at WPT last week, it was Gary Lynn and Amin blind versus blind. And I'm pretty sure it was a 7-bet at some point. 7 bets went into the middle, but it was like Gary was raise, Amin re-raise, and then it was like a 7-bet jam from Gary Lynn, and Amin cycled it off. And I'm obviously be looking at 2 pretty big hands here, right? It just was King Jack versus Ace 8.
Okay, all right.
For the biggest clown stack you've ever seen in your life, and Gary flopping the Jack there and winning something like, someone will have the hand history somewhere, but it was around 200 bigs, and I can't recall ever seeing a 7-bet pre in an event like that in a live event. But Amin and Gary certainly capable of doing so.
That is an insane hand, but I can definitely see it from those two. They're not going to die wondering. This,
Cooper not going to fold to this double barrel here on the turn.
$437 big blind pot it was.
Yeah, it was something like that.
Yeah, why
And
not?
I just sat down as well. Like, I think I was racking the chips out of my putting the chips out of my rack on the table, and I was like, oh, what's happening here?
It's, yeah, they just get after it. I don't know. That's so funny.
Bernie is getting after it. He is going to fire a 3rd barrel into Cooper, who now has a decision.
What's he done? 120 into
230.
Okay, that's not easy.
So he's raised pre. Cooper is called on the button, and Bernard has fired 3 streets on the 10-3-3-4-10 board. We're going to look him up, and Cooper will see the good news.
Yeah, I don't know if Cooper would have expected Bernie to bluff the ace high there, so definitely makes it a bit more difficult.
With the way this stack distribution is, Cooper and Amin working with the amount of big blinds they've got, what's your prediction here for this event? We've got a long way to go, but players experienced as Cooper and Amin, with the amount of chips they've got, they're going to be pretty hard to surpass.
Yeah, I suppose the MO for maybe James is not to let Amin get away with what he wants to get away with, which is likely to play lots of pots, see lots of flops. So it will be difficult for them to navigate, because as we just learned, he doesn't like folding to re-raises, so especially from Gary, but I think from anyone. I know he's going to dig in if you try to blow the pot with him, so you got to work for it. I won a tournament, yeah. It was a 600 six max, single day tournament, so that was fun. I really enjoy 6 max. It's just fast and furious playing short-handed. So kind of when you play too many hands and 9 and 10-handed tables, you're probably lighting money on fire, whereas 6-handed you get to do it. So
Anything else other than that in your life? You had the chance to play much else? You mentioned obviously.
yeah, probably should have just skipped on the second turn. I had a few beers after busting the Goliath, and I wasn't really in the best state to sit there and be patient. So, but whatever, I'll try again.
It's nice to hear that even the best can get a little upset, little tilted, mindset not at the best all the time. It can happen to the best of us.
Yeah, I think it's something that, I mean, it's a constant battle, right? Nobody just nails it 100% of the time. So, you know, I wanted to bag the main, but I also wanted to have a few beers.
Yeah, that's fair enough. How do you think that part of your game has fared over, you know, quite a long time playing now? Do you think that that's a strength for yourself when you play?
To drink beer?
To drink beer? No, your mindset, other than when you're not drinking beer. No, just your general mindset. You know, you mentioned that you probably shouldn't have fired a second bullet, which is strange to hear for someone of your caliber. But you know, how do you think your mindset's been a strong part of your game for the last few years?
I think it's probably above average, but I don't know. I think there's always opposing forces. So, like, bad habits can creep in, and then you have to acknowledge them and start to like build better habits again, right? So I guess when everything's working, I'm doing what I want to be doing. Like, I'll exercise and meditate before playing. I mean, you know, you're 10 days into a series sometimes, you're getting bin, like,
Yeah.
maybe you just want to stare at your phone for an hour in the morning.
Yeah.
Which certainly will not be helpful if you're trying to be patient and attentive to playing, but I do try. It's something that I put weight into. If you're going to play your A game, you've got to try to be in a good state. You don't want to be chasing.
Especially, you know, if we're looking at, you know, the biggest series. You know, this is a 7-day series, but sometimes we can be, you know, 10, 14 days. I know you've mentioned to me before you've done a WSOP series as well. You know, I do recall, I think you mentioned it feels like Groundhog Day or something like that. So you're playing for every day straight for a month. It's something, if you didn't put a lot of time into, you can't see how it wouldn't affect your results, right?
Yeah, and I think it's just something that steadily declines the longer it is. When it is like that Groundhog Day, you're not going to be at your absolute best.
Not going back to Vegas anytime soon?
Nah. I mean, the choice is out of my hands this year. We're going to Europe because my wife's sister's getting married. So, yeah, that'll be awful.
Oh, you did? I'm off to Europe as well. When are you going?
12th of May.
12th of May, yeah, okay.
Where are you going?
I'm in July. And me and my partner are going in mid-July to middle of August. Our last stop was supposed to be Turkey, but they're just about to break out into a civil war.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I know. So I think we might have to change plans.
Yeah, all right. Hair transplant's got to wait.
Oh, I walked into that one. Maybe get my teeth done. No, I'm not going to Turkey for a hair transplant. I promise. Peter wanted to go and see the hot air balloons, but that was my cover anyway.
You go see them. I've got business to attend to.
Oh, goodness me.
Yeah, that's what I've thought. All the boldies in poker would lobby for, like, a WSOP circuit in Turkey. Yeah, you see all these bleeding heads.
Have you seen that photo? Have you seen the photo someone took at the back of a plane? Have you seen There's like a meme that a girl gets into a plane and she's right at the very back and she puts her phone up and takes a photo, and every row has a bleeding head on it on the plane on the way home from Turkey. Every single row.
Oh my god. I think I have seen somebody when I've stopped off in Dubai that I'm like, I think that's what a hair transplant looks like after it's done.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's not, you're not coming out of there with like these long, luscious locks. You've got to have a little bleeding pinhead for a bit.
Maybe a few years down the track I'll head back over, but...
Look, it's on my mind, like something I think about regularly.
You?
Yeah,
You
I
have a
mean,
luscious head of hair, mate.
I don't know. My dad's bald, my brother's bald, my grandfathers were bald. It feels like a matter of time.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
Time waits for no man and no hair.
So how long are you gone for over that, when you're in Europe?
A month.
You're gone for a month, yeah. As we have a potential, not much interaction here with Steve's hand, but I've been flopping the flush.
He's going to face a one big blind bet. And I don't know. Does he want to continue with his gut shot?
We saw him be sticky with the ace-5, so all options are on the table.
5 bets, 15.
Oh, Steve raised.
Yeah, so blind versus blind. Steve decides to raise and checks it over to Amin. You expect to see a bet there from Steve, originally?
I typically think that people will oversee bet this board, but I don't know. It feels like Steve's got a hand that wants to be one and done, maybe. But he'll fold. Facing any reasonable bet here, I think. He is milking him.
Should be the end of that, you'd think.
I don't know. I feel like he's a bit annoyed that he raised and has to fold on the ace high, though.
This is a oh, those were raising chips.
He's annoyed. Good fold.
They're going into the muck.
Double gut, sir.
And that has been par for the course for Min for the last 12
Very
months.
lucky
Just
horse.
flopping a flush there and taking that one down.
It was a very nice one.
So any series that you'll be attending prior to heading away to Europe?
Prior, I'll be
That was
at
100
APO,
with me.
yep, I think, and that should lead me pretty close to leaving.
Other than that, not much. You have damage?
So, yeah, like it's a pretty jam-packed schedule. Like for the 2 weeks of APO, and then probably have a couple of days off before we leave.
Yeah.
I think there's maybe a series on the Gold Coast right before we leave, but I think I'll skip because APO is going to be a lot of poker.
Yes. Schedule looks pretty incredible.
Are you going?
And expensive. Am I going to APO? Potentially we'll go for the second week, but probably not. I don't tend to play in New South Wales. Don't know why.
Why?
I don't know. I just don't enjoy going. Like, if I want to travel to play, especially now, like living with my partner, I don't like to spend too much time away. And if I do want to spend time away, I'll come up to a Gold Coast. WPT last week, she came with me. So really, going to spend 2 weeks alone out in Western Sydney is probably not something that I want to look to do too often. But a series like WPT or APL Gold Coast, or even here coming out to Queensland where the weather is better and can actually have like a good time outside of poker,
Yeah.
is probably more what I'd be looking to do in the future. But not that there's anything. It's a beautiful venue out there, but I don't know, something around. It's just New South Wales is just a place I haven't really gone to travel to play too often, I wouldn't have thought. But
Yeah, I mean, there's not a great deal out near the venue, so I get that.
well, I played at Palace last year and I stayed at that Mercure, and yeah, feels a lot more like Groundhog Day, as you said, than it does at a series like this here in Brisbane or even Gold Coast. You know, WPT, you can get a room across the road from, you know, the casino, and there's so much to do in the Gold Coast as well. Weather's always really good, so if I'm travelling with, you know, my partner, it's probably best to stick to those type of spots, I'd say.
Yeah. Just to that, I've really enjoyed staying at Eden Hills. It's the first time I've stayed here while playing, and yeah, no, Braden just shitting on Western Sydney.
I apologise. Is that what the West Tigers are? Is that where they're from? The West Tigers is the Western Sydney area, or?
They are, so they're based out west. But I think, like, when they were first in the comp, so two sides joined up, so the Western Magpies and the Balmain Tigers. But Western in those times was like inner west.
Yeah.
But now, because Sydney started to sprawl, like they could just
Parramatta
push it out.
Yeah.
Or even further, like Campbelltown, Yeah, Para are probably their biggest rivals because of that, Western Sydney.
Let's get to your question in the chat, Matt, if you're still watching. The less said about that industry, the better. And as Bernard and James entangled here in another blind v blind spot. Seeing a lot of this early on. A lot of small blind versus big blind stuff.
Yeah, I'm surprised that James didn't re-raise the Ace Queen pre, but he's got Bernie right where he wants him now. This could get a bit ugly for James. I think Bernie's going to get the double up here. Oh,
Well, he's getting one now.
if there was any danger he wasn't, here we are.
SBR just under one. Just find a jam. Happy to find an all in here, Jared. Happy to just jam this one in.
I think that's what's going to happen. It's just going to get called pretty quickly.
Doesn't look like an all in.
Oh. Can James just find the call? Must be a sick call. I think he's got a jam, doesn't he?
Those don't look like calling chips, Jared.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be Jen Castle levels of poker if he was able to just call that one.
Yeah, he knows he's dead after the snap call. That does James, and Bernard will get the full double.
Like a boss. He's got king 3 like a boss. Nice.
Boom! Go, Bernie! Get it done, Bernie!
A lot of love for Bernie in the chat. A few guys have messaged me saying Bernie is the absolute GOAT, so they're going to be happy with that double up.
Well, I'm gonna
Yeah,
have to
he's
do it myself.
in business now. Unlucky for James there. Not much he can do.
Yeah, nice.
Suppose he could raise pre. I would have liked to have seen a raise pre.
Don't respect your raise, man. Just show them.
I couldn't put him on a 3.
I thought you might have had the 3.
And then I actually did think about just calling him on the river, but I thought that's just way too nitty. So
You did the way.
I was actually more worried that you'd think that.
We're all very proud of you, Liam.
I can see that.
Very proud.
And when you insta shot the game come out as well, it's pretty huge.
Full fold.
Oh well. It turned out right.
5 fold.
I think Liam had to do some soul searching after the stream in the 2.5k. Everything that he did, just it's like people knew what his cards was. It's like
The check back from Jen was just otherworldly, and you know there are so many different ways that hand also could have played out. You know, because Jen chooses to pot the turn, Liam just calls. You know, for whatever reason, it decides to raise at that point. It's always going in, and I think the turn. I can't remember what the flop action was, but like after the board pairs and Jen decides to check, maybe Jen chooses a 1/3 on the river and can fold to a jam. But there's so many different things that could happen in that hand, and one of those 100 things where he doesn't double up is the time that it happened. It was pretty incredible.
yeah, it was Jen just seemingly very dialed in. So
Played incredibly well. You
Yeah,
found
yeah.
that 4-bet with the... you were in that hand, actually, when she found the 4-bet with the King 4 suited. You had 7s. Do you recall, actually... do you recall that spot at all when you had the 7s on the button she decided to 4-bet?
yeah, well, I was quite pleased to see Liam 3-bet then, because I was going to jam on him.
Yeah.
And look, it's easy to say, but I wasn't really convinced by Jen's 4-bet.
Yeah,
but
okay.
I also had a hand that I think we can just fold
Yeah.
without giving it too much thought, because to get that one wrong would be quite an epic punt, because they've both raised there.
Did
And
her size have anything to do with your decision to just lay that one down, or because she did choose quite a big size? I don't know if you recall the hand exactly, but
it would have been, so she went to 1.1 and I would have been jamming for like 2, but I
Yeah.
really think that a bluff's a bluff there,
Yeah.
and it will fold. So I think I have fold equity against like the hand that she has 100% of the
No
time.
matter
Even
what
if
the
she's
size
laid a
is.
price of like 4-1, it doesn't really matter. She can't call. But
yeah.
it's just one of those things, right? It would have taken something special for me to jam there. Just yeah, it was a fleeting thought, and I was like, I just can't continue. So
Yeah, and you have, as you mentioned yourself, probably a pretty easy jam versus Liam's 3-bet.
oh, licking my lips. Yeah,
Yeah, of course.
What do you do? It's kind of a cooler at that point. If he has a hand, I'll jam that over most 3-bets there.
Yeah,
That would have just been cool though, wouldn't it?
I think it makes the most sense.
that wasn't. You did take a spot against Liam as well with the Ace-4 suited. Do you remember that?
Yeah,
One as
similar
well,
spot.
similar spot, yeah.
I jammed quite a lot there, but I could also click my hand, but I think jam was good. I don't think I had much of a decision there either.
Yeah.
Liam plays, I think, correctly.
Yeah.
In the small, he's going to be 3-betting a lot, and I just have a hand that can fold out a lot of his junk.
Yeah, 5-10 now.
But again, sometimes it just looks like an epic punt. Like
Yeah.
he will have it. So,
Sometimes,
yeah,
yeah.
well, yeah, he has to. So, but not that day. Yeah. Just free money, his small blind 3-bets, it seemed.
We'll have to tone those down, Liam, if you are listening. Obviously,
He was pretty.
Yeah.
He was laughing about it.
he's had some great results in the last 6 months. Really turned things around, cash after cash after cash. As Steve has had enough here. Bernard raising in the cutoff. James calls the button with 4s, and the 10-9 off is good enough for Steve to put this one in the middle. And it's not a hand we'd see typically do this. It might work on this occasion. In fact, it's probably going to get through most of the time.
He's not going to be happy if Bernie Spike calls him here. You'd at least expect the Jack 10-0 to fold. This would be a disaster for Steve. Bernie's checking the time. He might have to go. He's got somewhere else to bet. No. Okay.
We're not looking this up if we are the fours either.
I don't think he's going to call.
You just got him. You just got him back.
Oh, bit of table chat. I like it. This is something that I like to do when I have a weak hand. I'll start
And go for that.
talking him out of a call.
I think
wanna call,
you
I
don't
wanna
give too
win.
much away, Jared. So that's the first
wanna be in the
part
race
of any
with
of
you
your
guys.
strategy you've really given away.
I'd actually like that taken off, actually.
Unfortunately, we are commentating on the delay, so can't bleep that one out. One thing I do notice about playing against you, other than one hand, which is stark in my memory, is you don't tend to ever show your cards no matter what. Is that,
Why are we flipping?
you know, a lot of people, even every now and then, will show down, you know, show down some bluffs or value if they've got it, or showing their mates or whatever. Something I've never seen you do. Is that something that you've conscious of or focused on? Because, you know, I remember one day you showed me a bluff, and Crilly, who's played against you a lot longer than I have, actually made the comment to me that he's never seen you show your cards ever in all those years. So is that something that you're conscious of and actively thinking about?
I don't think it's something that I never do. I do show some bluffs sometimes. So I showed one to you. I showed one at WPT last week, and then sometimes if it's a friend, I'll show them.
Yeah.
But on very rare occasions, I guess. And then if it's I'll show cards in pots of no consequence.
Yeah.
So do you know what I mean? Like, if it's blind versus blind, 2 bets have gone in. Like, I don't really care. I don't think it gives too much away. And then
Yeah.
it's a really big, interesting pot. I don't know. It gives you kind of an insight into the thought process too much.
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of what the game is. We're all trying to figure out how each other think about spots. So don't want to give too much away, I suppose.
Especially when you're regularly playing the caliber of player you're playing against at that buy-in level. You don't really want to be giving too much away, do you?
No, I don't. Nah. We verse the same guys, so once they kind of figure out what you're capable of in every spot, I think you might be in a bit of trouble.
3 runners.
Min's got a hand that's...
Check.
Might want to start putting money in now. Did he not? What was the action pre here?
So when it is three-handed, you actually can't get the action. So if it goes to heads up at some point on the left-hand side of our screen, it will come up. So we won't be able to bring that to you. We're too busy waffling on, trying to get as much information out of you as I can.
I think Min might get jammed on here. Steve's got a really good hand that he just wants to put in now, I think. And Bernie won't be happy. I think this is just a slam dunk all in. Deny hands like a Min has. And he has good equity versus overpairs when he puts his foot in it.
All in.
Very nice.
Four's all in.
So it was a limped pot pre, and Amin's raised it up. So it appears as if
Yeah.
under the gun is called, small blind's called, and Amin's going to put this in.
Yeah, he gets it in against the ace high flush draw at some frequency, and other diamond draws. So yeah, I think Amin's made a good call.
Good luck in the next one.
King of Diamonds play a part at all, you know, holding a card that
Definitely.
potentially you want your opponent to have, as he does turn a flush draw with that aforementioned King of Diamonds. The river is an Amin Riazati river, the king of clubs, and we will say goodbye to Steve Burgess in 5th place, and he'll be taking home 3,750 for his efforts. A bit unlucky there, Jared.
Yeah, he played his ham. Well, I think so. Nothing you can do. He had a min on the ropes, but
Never in doubt.
I mean, yeah, never in doubt, like Cuba just said.
Yeah, super
Never in doubt.
I was like, poor bloke. He's copping the Amin treatment.
Cop the Amin treatment.
Yeah, never get your hopes up.
I did call it an Amin river.
Yeah, I mean, it's just raise the eyebrows. I'm not surprised, actually.
Yeah, I'm surprised. You're surprised that it came on the river, not the turn. I think.
Yeah,
it's,
what's going on? Am I losing my touch?
Had 2 of those dimes.
One of the absolute gentlemen of the game is Amin Riazati. I know we hanging on him a little bit. We've had some good fun together as well, but he takes everything in his stride. I actually remember Amin playing 1-3 Hold'em cash at Crown before COVID.
Really?
Yes, and I was there for the first tournament he ever won. He was in the 1K Terminator on Sunday at the last series the APL ran in Melbourne, and he took that one down for about 20K, and that's the first tournament he won, and I was there because I had a mate on the table, and I'm like, oh, I remember you playing 1-3 cash. So he's been playing for a lot longer than people think, but he's always been playing low limit cash, and ever since he's won that tournament, it's the beast has been unleashed.
Yeah, well, something like, because I guess he only came into my vision, or only started seeing him play last year, or maybe the end of the year before. But you can tell he's played a lot of hands.
Yeah.
Like, you can just tell he's, tens of thousands of hands. Like, he can navigate spots really well that a beginner couldn't do.
Yeah, and he's not speaking out of school here at all, because he talks about this all the time. He's completely a field player. He's never looked at a chart. He's never studied, looked at a chart or anything like that. As believe it or not, the story I just told about Amin's first tournament win, the person I mentioned was on that table, has just walked into the commentary box, Chris Kokonos. Was on that table. Amin's first ever win. Chris, how do you feel being on the table of Amin Riazati's first ever tournament win? Do you remember that? You don't remember? You were in it. Yeah. That Terminator at APL Melbourne. Oh, yeah, you open jam 20 bigs under the gun with Queens. That was his first ever tournament win. So it's your fault, Chris. Yes. First ever tournament win.
The only good player here is Cooper.
Sorry, as we're talking to some players off the stream, just reliving Amin's start in poker, and we're going to blame Chris Kokonos for. We did. There you go. I was just talking about that before you came up. As we will get back to the action, as Amin crosses 1.3 million in chips, and another title looms.
Yeah, it'll be tough to beat from here. I mean, Coop's within striking distance, so I think we're looking at could be a good heads up if Bernie and James don't make something happen.
James flopping middle pair here after defending versus Amin's raise.
Ooh.
And that'll be the end of that, as James turns 2 pair, barring some outrageous behaviour. He'll be taking this one down. Ever find a lead on this board, or still check it back over to someone like Amin?
I would check it, but I think it's a good card to lead for the big blind.
He must have heard us, Jared, because he has chosen lead for just under half.
It just gives Amin an easy out here, I think. It's not a good turn for him.
It's good to see you in the chat. Hi, if that is who I think it is, I'm pretty sure Hi was the player that came second to Amin Riazati in the APL Millions main event in his first ever live tournament, cashed for $450,000.
Well done.
I think that's you, Hi. Just say, if I'm wrong, correct me, but I'm pretty sure we've got Hi in the chat who scored that massive score at APL Millions, won by the player on shot there, Amin Riazati. Very lovely guy. It was Hi. I got the chance to play with him as well. Just to answer your question, the whole series does have a $4 million guarantee, but have a look at how much the actual main event estimate or guarantee is. But there will be $4 million guaranteed for that prize pool over there at West Sydney. Good friends of ours here at APT is the APO. Will and Lauren do a great job down there as Cooper and Amin taking command of this final table. 4 remaining.
So the 3.3K has a 1.5 million guarantee.
Wow, there you go. So no matter what happens, Hi, if you come or go, there will be 1.5 million in the prize pool. Absolutely stone cold guaranteed. But from what I gathered from last series, that'll be smashed.
Yeah. I think they'll get a good turnout.
Yeah, it is
just
Hi.
lucky.
So
Got to get lucky.
it is you, mate. I remember playing with you. I had a really good time playing with you, and congratulations on that big score. There's a few hands that could have gone your way, and you would have been the victor, but pretty incredible to do that in your first or second ever tournament. It was certainly a pleasure to watch you on that final table, as Amin hasn't marked the 9-2 offsuit as yet. And this looks like a 3-bet with the 9-2. I don't think James will be going anywhere. Nearly always calling here, Jared, or any other devious intentions?
Wow.
Okay. Talk us through that one.
Yeah, I can't.
Maybe we can
I
move
mean-
on. That's okay.
Yeah, Mint's going to be getting away with a lot if we're not continuing. Ace-8 suited on the button.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just always peeling at these depths. The guys are quite deep. Mint's got
Yeah, they
120
are.
big blinds, so yeah, Ace-8 plays really nice in position versus a pretty polar range. I would always call. There's no need to do anything different, but yeah, it's uncomfortable. I understand why it is uncomfortable to play big pots with him in, but unfortunately he'll just chip you down if you don't take these spots. And I expect another raise here, knowing... Oh, okay. I don't know what's going on.
That's why here, mate, to give us the insight, but I see a point with there. Feels like such a good hand to really just peel off, get to cooler other flushes, ahead of so much of Amin's range there, you know, when he's doing it with the Ace-2 off, Ace-3 off, get to crush those hands, especially at this depth. But we did see James not raise the Ace-Queen-O before, so maybe that's just his style.
Where's Cooper?
Maybe he thought it was a break, or he's trying to give someone else a bit of a chance to win some chips. What are your thoughts?
Well, I'm not sure. I hope he comes back soon. I hope he's okay. He's just had enough. Oh, there he is.
There he is. Probably more on the unorthodox side, I'd say, but you know, James has got to this stage by taking a more passive route. You saw the Ace-Queen hand before as well, as I mentioned, so he's up. He's on the table, and we're up here for a reason, as Cooper has the Ace-Queen. Now, graphics will say under the gun, no matter what the position is. Obviously, this is the cutoff, but no matter where the first to act will always revert to the under the gun. So don't let that confuse you.
I thought this was a bit wide under the gun from Cooper. Two guys not afraid to play big pots here.
What about a queen high board with some clubs just for a bit of
Pain.
pain? As James Snap defends the ace-3 suited. I did ask for clubs. That'd be...
There'd be in trouble if that's the case. Oh,
and there we go. Amin. We could have some fireworks here. Jared, talk us through it.
I'd be surprised if James leads, just from what we've seen earlier. He's got such a high equity hand, he can do whatever he wants.
Multi-way? Is that a thing?
I just predict it. I don't know.
Oh, I thought you checked.
I just
My bad.
don't know why I see it happening.
Fucked up. What's the ruling?
Bet out 10.
I thought he was hand. Sorry. I thought you checked it.
Right, bet out 10.
My bad, everyone.
Oh, okay.
2-7 checks.
Cooper should
Wasn't trying
check a lot here. Yeah. And Amin's going to bed, and I want to see how James will proceed. Like, he's got enough
Goal.
hand to literally get in those 70 big blinds now, and could put a lot of pressure on Amin's hand specifically.
5 calls.
That looks like half pot from... No, sorry, quarter pot from Amin.
Yep, I like that. He's got a really good hand, just about small, and can take a little bit of heat.
Are we raising or calling here, Jared, if we're James?
I'm always raising this hand, and with hopes of getting it in.
He looks like he might be listening.
I like this from James. Yep.
7 raise, 90,000.
Amin's going to probe there a lot. Like, he's got a strong hand that will continue, but I like this size. I like this raise. It's all good. I think Amin will come with call. He has a really nice bluff catcher.
Amin does call, and we'll see a turn.
Yeah, this 4 or a 5.
Or a club.
Or a club. Yeah, just have the nuts.
Don't forget, Amin is holding that jack of clubs in his hand. So we could see a few more fireworks here in this pot. What size are we looking to use here, James, on the flush... sorry, for James, if we're approaching this flush completer as he comes with check? What size would have you used? I apologise if you decided not to check in this spot.
I think we just start getting in money. I think we go 60% pot, maybe 2/3. Just it's worked out for him. I guess, but Mim was calling every size on the turn with his hand. So I'd like to see a check now, because Amin has to bet if he gets checked too. But I think it'll just go bet call, and if it does, I think he should bet pot.
What story are we telling if we choose a pot-sized bet here after checking the turn?
I don't know. Amin's not going to be happy. He's just going to pay it off. It doesn't feel like a bluff, does it, Amin?
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter. That size always gets called.
I think Amin might be happy.
He definitely lost the min there.
The absolute minimum there, the way that hand has played out after James decides to check the turn. And that pot will propel him into the chip lead as he overtakes Amin Riyazadi and Cooper Feltham.
Yeah, Min played his hand well.
Can I leave it on the chair?
Yeah, perfectly. I like the check on the turn. You just set yourself up for failure versus that polar check raise, and yeah, James just trying to lay the bear trap, but Min's too wily for that. I guess that's like part of something that Amin would do quite well is, you know, you see him win all the big pots and all of that, but he's also, when he's got a little bit cooler there with a hand that has to put in money, he just lost them in.
I think he's probably a little bit lucky that James has decided to not to check the turn, but decided to check the turn. But you're saying that, you know, he still played the hand as well as he could have after facing that check. He's decided to check the turn. Obviously, just call the river. That's probably one of the only ways in which he loses that minimal amount of chips. The way that hand is played out.
Yeah, I can't see any other way of playing the hand. He can 3-bet Cooper pre-flop. That's the only thing. And Cooper might have 4-bet. So, but post-flop, yeah, easy done. Bernie's going to C-bet here.
That's 45,000. Seven folds.
And Cooper going nowhere, as we'll see a turn. 160k in the pot.
I don't think I like the way Bernie gets after a few spots, but Cooper's not the man to let him push him around, I think.
A lot of cards we can barrel on the turn as well if we're Bernard. This might not be one of them. What are we thinking?
I think you might. I think you will bet. Oh no.
Check, check. And Cooper's going to be pretty confident that he has the best hand now. What are we doing here, Jared? Checking or betting?
I think he has to bet. Yeah, he knows he has the best hand, and he just hopes Bernie has a 9 or a 7. That might pay off. Yeah.
3-bet. 63,000.
Yeah, that's exactly where he's gone. So small bet, praying, and Bernie's just got an easy fold. Cool.
Don't speak so soon, Jared. Those cards haven't hit the mark yet.
I mean, I'd love to see him raise. I would love to see him raise, but
Probably prefer a diamond in our hand. Queen of clubs, 10 of hearts, probably not going to get it done as Cooper takes that one down. And we are pretty even. Very even stack distribution between 18 and 28% of all chips in play between the 4 players. Now, I don't want to do it to you, Jared, but I've been waiting to ask.
please no.
I will get to the pot versus Naj later.
Oh, that's okay then.
No, there is one spot on the bubble I wanted to speak to you about. I remember commentating on. Liam raised in the hijack.
Yeah.
And I think you've been pocket 8s for around, it was, don't quote me, it's about 14 to 17 bigs. Do you recall the stack depth for that hand?
Yeah, I think I was just under 15.
Yeah.
I think it was a really difficult spot.
Yeah.
And so I peeled my hand before Liam opened. I'm like, oh, cool, I'm going to be all in here.
We're on this, by the way, sorry, we are on the stone bubble of the $2,500 Goliath in this spot, and we're hand for hand. And Liam's raising the hijack. He's got you covered, and it folds to you on the small blind with 8s for about 15. What's the thought process?
He was opening into 3 covering stacks, and so he's got to be really tight there. And he could not really afford to lose a big pot, so I think his range is going to be really tight. And then 8s against that type of range, I didn't think it was winning much. It would have got through, knowing now, but like he had a hand that he should always open, and it wasn't like he was trying to get one through.
Yeah. Do you think that's the bottom of what he should have been opening with? We had on his left was Rich Grimsey and Jen Castle in the big blind, both having him covered. Is that around the bottom of what you thought he would be opening in that spot, which is the reason why you folded 8s in the end?
Yeah, I couldn't see him opening like ace-9-0 there, and 10-9 suited might open. I think it's close, but then it, like 8-9 wouldn't open, and yeah, I just think it's into quite a tight range, and yeah, it can't be winning too much. I have to check it. I'm not sure. I was happy with my folding game. Until I saw Liam's hand.
Yeah. It's easy. It's very. We've got an easy job up here when we can see the cards.
No,
But-
I'm not going to lose sleep on that one. I think I would fold again, time again.
Yeah.
Just by the dynamics. I was waiting for Ridge to open and I was
You have an easy
jumping
jam.
up and down
Yeah.
to get it in versus him or Jan's open or whatever. But yeah, seeing Liam open, it just caused me to malfunction a bit. I was like, oh, didn't expect that. Forgot about that. And so, yeah, I suppose it's, yeah, obviously it's quite important at that point to get them in cash. But yeah, it was stressful, and it looked like I finally found the spot and then had to pass on it. So.
Yeah. And you did manage to spin your short stack on the bubble all the way up to 4th place for about 18,000. Is that roughly right? Because it was 27k for 3rd.
19, I think.
19k for 4th. Now, the next spot I do want to ask you about, I promise the last hand I'll ask you about is your bust out hand, but the hand in between that was when you defended, can't remember the suit of the Queen, but Queen X and Jack of Diamonds versus Naj's button raise, and you flopped a straight. Let's talk about that one because it was the talk of the town that night and the next morning.
Understandably.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
do you want to take us through that as Amin Riazati folds the hand that's named after him? The 4-2 suited is the Riazati.
Is that what he won the APL Millions?
No, it's there's a long story behind it. It's specifically the 4-2 of spades, but any 4-2 suited that is called the Riazati. You might tell that story on stream later on, but it's interesting to see. I was hoping to see Amin play that just for the lols. So Naj opens the button and you defend Queen Jack with the Jack of Diamonds. The flop is 9, 10, King, Diamond, Diamond, Diamond. And we've gone check, bet, call. Talk us through the rest of the hand.
Yeah, Naj C-bet quite large, so he went 3 bigs, which I thought was a little bit unusual.
Did you find, so I don't want to interject, did you find that to be a common trait of Naj? It's something I definitely noticed up in here, especially in 3-bet pots. Naj was choosing very, very large sizes all the time. Did you notice that? Did you have to adjust versus that specifically?
Naj, yeah, he plays typically. I think he's going to be more chip EV driven in lots of spots, especially like on par tables, and he'll use maybe bigger sizings than what we're used to seeing, just because that's his domain, I suppose.
But I found, you know, I'm not sure if you were entangled in too many 3-bet pots versus him, but Jen and Liam, I had found, you know, in these 3-bet spots when he was out of position, I even recall at times he was c-betting for half pot, and he seemed to be doing it quite regularly. I think I asked Liam in the booth yesterday how he had to adjust, and, you know, he got Liam to fold a pair a couple of times in 3-bet spots just as a function of how big his sizing he was using.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just that. What you just said is, like, he's really trying to define your range. And you do get, like, big C-bets out of position, and he was out of position in all those spots. But, yeah, I think Naj is using his sizings to get more information, whereas you B25, like, you're going to get floats, you're going to get those pairs that you're talking about with Liam to call, and you haven't really defined anything at this point. So,
Yeah.
I suppose you can't speak for Naj because he's certainly great player, and but I think there's definitely a method of trying to narrow ranges and define things.
Yeah. So turn goes check, bet, call. Sorry. Flop goes check, bet, call. And do you want to take over the hand from there?
Yeah. So, I mean, my hand can obviously check raise, and if I did, I think we wouldn't be having this conversation. I hope, or else he would have owned me even more. Yeah, like when I'm facing the big size there, I don't think I'm gonna check raise a lot, just as a mechanism of what he's done. So he's kind of already polarizing. What's the sake of me doing it?
Yep.
Then on the turn, the 4 flush comes in to the 9. The 9 or the 7. The 8 made a straight flush on the river.
No, so it was the 7, I remember, because Naj, having the hand he had, he
had
actually
a
turned a
pair.
pair.
Yeah.
So the board is 10, the board is 9, 10, king, 7, diamond, 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 diamond. And the turn, check, bet, call again.
Check back call, yeah, again, he's just sizing to get all in on the river, which is apparent now. I mean, at this point, I'm just holding on and, I have a bluff catcher now.
Yep.
So, and he's clearly saying that he has the ace of diamonds or a bluff. And, yeah, my hand's not folding. Even knowing that and knowing the jam's coming on the river, I guess I call and I reassess. And at this point, I'm thinking I'm braver than I am because I think I'm just going to call river. And then, river brings in the 9 of diamonds. So ace of diamonds and 8 of diamonds and king of diamonds have me beat. Oh, sorry, queen of diamonds has me beat, but he wouldn't play queen of diamonds like that. I don't think he plays the 8 of diamonds like that unless he has ace 8 of diamonds.
Yeah. 8 of diamonds obviously being the straight flush.
Yeah.
And ace of diamonds being the nut or the second nut flush. So, and it goes check all in, and the decision is on you. Take us through your thoughts on the river.
I mean, initially, I was just like, I'm going to call, and I just want to think it through. And then, I guess I got in my own head a little bit, where he was just, I thought he, by c-betting quite large on the flop, what's the hand that most wants to do that? Nut
that's
flush
a nice
blocker,
start.
so he can triple off that no matter what the run out ends up being, and so that might have been his decision at the start, and then I just kind of leveled myself. I guess it becomes a game of how much you think now just going after that spot, and seemingly it's a lot. So yeah, I mean, he just said, Jared, I'd like to see what you're made of, mate, and we've come to find out not much.
And Naj, obviously, having, for anyone who saw the hand, 7-4 offsuit. Did you rewatch the hand, or did you hear what Amin said after the hand?
No.
I believe he looked back at his hand and he said, "Oh, that's what I have." So I think there is potential that he never looked at his cards.
Oh, you mean Naj? Sorry.
Naj. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. So
Yeah.
he just decided to do it on that hand, and obviously it's the perfect run out. He's like, I know that I'll give Jared a hard spot if he doesn't have ace of diamonds and or the 8 of diamonds, no matter what. And then that's what he decided. It's not like he was redlining every spot previous to that, because had he have been, it would have been probably a bit easier to navigate, but he just decided now's the time, and he went for it, and so props to him. He got me good. He's a boss. I like playing with him. Makes you think, and he's obviously a really happy, nice guy. So, yeah.
And your bust out hand against Jen and the flopped straight. We decided to call down on the river in a huge pot with ace high. Don't exactly remember the board. I think you had a backdoor flush draw and a gutter with ace high after Jen's flopped straight. Now, when we got to the river, I can't remember if the board did pair on the river and you decided to call off. Do you remember your thought process in that hand as well?
Yeah. So I raise buttons, she defends. I start the hand with 17 big blinds, and it comes 10-8, 6.
Oh, and she leads. Yeah.
She led, which
Yeah.
I think is really good. So she's realised I'm going to check back that flop a lot when covered, and so by mechanism of that, I think she gets lead. So I was a little bit surprised to see it, but I think Jen's obviously been doing some work, and I really like her lead and
Four.
with a whole bunch of stuff. So I don't
Yeah.
think she should just be leading the flop nuts. I think she should be leading a lot of your jack nines. Ace 7 I think is a really good one. If she didn't
So the
3-bet it.
the flop is 10-8.
10-8 6.
Yep.
Yeah, and by knowing that I'm going to check back that flop a lot and realise she gets to lead, I think. And so she did 2 big blinds over easy call, in my opinion. I'm not going to raise my hand specifically, but I will raise other stuff. I think it's no real decision at the moment. And then turns the 8 of diamonds, pairs the board, and gives me a nut flush draw.
So we might be living in a simulation. Amin with the exact hand we're talking about, 9-7 offsuit. I'm sure you don't want to hear that or see
Haunting
it.
me.
And Bernard picking up the pocket queens. As I will just
all got
interject
infinite.
here from
We all
the
got
story, Jared, as we're going to have some action at the very least from Bernie.
Huh?
3-bet incoming.
Raise 64.
How can you lose that?
Raises to
You bet on me,
64k.
Dad.
Thoughts on Bernard's
It's not like a
sizing
min.
here, Jared?
A minute burn.
It seems a little bit small, but I think it's going to get the job done. So I'm annoyed by how small it is. But
Close.
yeah, I'm sure Amin would always proceed with 9-7 suited
close,
here,
close.
but 9-7 no, she's got to fold. Yeah, it's annoying.
He doesn't like folding, does he? Have a look at that. As
Bernie wants to show him. Nah.
so Jen leads that flop, and you call. I remember you had a backdoor flush draw. Obviously, you got a gutter, and we go to a turn, and she leads again from memory.
Yeah, so it's 10-8 6 turn 8 of diamonds. So I have nut flush draw now.
Board pairs on the turn.
Board pair. And so I think this starts to reduce Jen's value combos. Obviously, she can lead 8x on the turn, but so I'm having to make these decisions pretty quickly as I'm out of time banks. So I am trying to think about
I think so.
Yeah.
Where?
I mean, I'd take
like
it.
what maybe her
No,
thresholds
here,
would be,
out
and
here?
like because I know come the
Oh,
river
no,
I'm going to get
this
jammed on
shit's
a lot.
you. No, I'm done.
My hand has an easy call now.
It was just a good. Like,
I'm
no,
never going
I
to
mean,
re-raise
it
this
was a good
hand.
one.
I think either way ahead, way behind, I can obviously catch
Walking out of
every
here.
hand. Like if I river my hand, I have the effective nuts. So Jen bets 4
Put
big
this
blinds, 4 and a bit big
Really
blinds I
wants to
call.
jump
So I think the pot's 18 big blinds. I'm gonna have like 8 back. And then river's a 4, which is a brick. I don't think it affects anything. And then Jen jams quite quickly, which I think is also good by her because she's just trying to take away my time, regardless of what I have. So I have 30 seconds to make a decision, and I guess I thought my hand was an okay bluff catcher. And I think the thing that was going through my mind is because the texture changed on the turn, I was trying to figure out what's the worst hand Jen would jam for value, and I don't know if she would jam Jack 10 and Queen 10 that quickly. And so I thought the ace was quite a nice bluff catcher. Blocking 9-7 is something. I also kind of want her to have the 9 because it's a good bluff card, but I think it's still worth something. And yeah, put me in a hard spot again. And
It's a big raise, sir.
yeah, I had to make it quite quickly. I do think that if I had more time, I may have made other decisions. So seemingly when I think through spots, I make folds. So
So, what you're saying, those time banks that have been introduced into the Goliath actually had a lot to do with the decision in the
Folded
end.
my set of 6 incorrectly.
The lack of time banks. I remember seeing Toby had like a full stack of time banks.
yeah,
And then I look over to you and you have none. Is that so? That played a lot into your decision as well. Just purely just having 30 seconds to make a decision for the rest of your stack on the river.
yeah, like I don't have as much time to think
All right,
through
washed up. Washed up.
what I'm
Take the banner down.
the whole hand, and like I would have used quite a few in that spot. It was a really important spot, and it's probably worth quite a bit of money.
Yeah, take it down. Who is that?
It's
doofus up
unfortunate,
there?
yeah, that I made the wrong decision, but I think Jen leading there
I know.
is
I
good.
would never.
I think she played her
He's
hand
a
really well,
legend, man.
and I also think based on that, she should have bluffs there. Surely, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, she just flopped the nuts. So.
Where do they come from? You have the ace, and
Jinx
you
is
have
like-
two diamonds in your hand.
Jinx is like, gonna be like,
Think about
why is this dude even being
when you do decide to call in retrospect, where are her bluffs coming from specifically?
I think hands like Queen 9 want to lead, suited 7x, King 7, Jack 7, Jack 9, Queen Jack wants to lead and probably take a similar line.
Yep.
I think that's a really nice one. So I think like my hands are...
Working with a lot of combos there at the end of the day.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's something that only Jen knows. Would she only do this first me with value, knowing that I'm a station? So unless it's against Naj, I'll make a really dumb fold. But yeah, I give Jen enough credit for having some bluffs there, and I guess my hand is an okay bluff catcher. Like I don't think having diamonds is all that relevant. Like Jen probably won't bluff those off, but
Yep.
I don't know. I think a really good hand for her to shove is Queen Jack, Jack 9. Like they block my 10x and Jacks and then so I think my hand and maybe Ace King. I think Ace King's probably my best bluff catcher. I wouldn't fold that one. I was thinking in game, and then I don't know where my hand fits in because hands like Ace Jack I fold turn.
Yep.
Hands like Ace Queen I fold turn. So yeah, I suppose I have enough 10x. So
It's really packed, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty packed out.
As Bernard here.
I can see.
thank you, Mr.
400
Richmond.
full tables.
Great man, as James is going to raise up the 10-3 suited here. I apologise, he's 3-bet the 10-3 suited versus Bernard,
Oh,
and
cool.
he's turned the gutter.
I would have liked to have seen him go bigger. I think Bernie's just has a very easy call. Oh, he's having fun, James. Is he just like,
And that's a
"Oh, right."
raise from Bernie here.
Oh, he's giving him an out.
Yes. He's decided now's the time.
Doesn't let you hang yourself, James, so that's good. That's a
Show the
relief.
bluff. Show it, Bernie. Show it.
Gonna choose one.
We're gonna find out
He's gonna
anyway.
show
We're
it.
gonna find out anyway.
He is
I
the
just
best.
automatically think that it's a bluff.
What could he have?
Surely
so
it's
funny.
what they say.
Yeah, I think James has worked it out.
It's not a base.
They're going to laugh more than they are now when they see what the hands were in 25 minutes' time after the 3-bet with 10-3 suited.
Oh, I love that. I love
They're having fun, the boys. It's good. Love to see it. I think that's something that we
Give him the
get in
trophy.
Australia is people are just having a lot of fun on FTs. Like they all know each other, and it's great to see.
Ah, oh, sorry, it's me.
Even the table yesterday, we're obviously playing for a lot of money, but didn't stop everyone having fun and teasing each other and all the rest of it. So it's something I really enjoy.
So Min picks up queens here out of the small blind.
Wonder if Cooper's going to fold this one instantly, or if he's going to... I think he wants a suited hand if he's going to play a naughty one with them in, but
Right in the bin.
yeah.
Nice.
As I'll bring you
Wouldn't be
coverage
over that.
of this feature bounty feature table all the way through down to a winner. I think we're on a break in around 10 minutes time. What's on for the rest of your day, Jared? You going to stick around, or is there something for you to play?
I'm going to play the grind at some point, but I think I can stick around with you, see this one through.
Yep.
If you're happy to have me.
Oh, mate. Please don't go anywhere. As Cooper would have wished he had the kings in the previous hand, but he's got them now.
Re-raise.
He's already saying a re-raise. It seems like a bit of a tell. And he might be getting one at when we are this deep, and Min wisely just calls.
3-bet this versus Cooper some of the time.
I think it would have been a nice one, just because they are so deep. It's really going to handcuff Cooper. I think because this is a weird dynamic where they're playing like 80 big blind average.
Yeah.
Some of the blocker bluffs tend to get pulled away, and we start to go more to nice hands like this with playability, and gets better to fold.
As James will come along with a queen 6, flops a pair, but Cooper with a stranglehold on this one. Not much there for a min.
Nah, Min's going to be out of there.
If you choose to defend the queen 6, probably can't fold now, and we'll see a turn.
It's as good as it gets.
What are we doing here, Jared? Checking, betting?
I think we always have to bet, even though it's not like it's a good turn for the big blind. I think we just bet and hope that he doesn't get naughty ideas. Yeah, nice.
102.
Looks like 2/3-ish, and a snap fold there from James. What's your record in the grind in terms of bullets fired? Because I know that there are a few people claiming that they've got the record. I've heard 10, I've heard 12. What's the biggest amount that you've fired in the grind?
It's a good question. I don't think I've been in the realm of 10. Maybe like 6
Yeah.
in one tournament. But I don't know. It only has one day one, right?
Yeah, that's true. You used to be able to register like 2 levels into day 2. And then we did trial the 2 day 1s as well, but the grind, even a few years ago, I remember here it was just absolute chaos. Chips flying everywhere. Josh Mack in for 10. And I think that obviously the way that has changed a little bit
10 deuce.
probably doesn't allow you to fire as many bullets, but it has always been one of those tournaments.
It's still day 2 rego.
For one level?
For one level, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Looking
yeah.
for a
Oh,
7
no,
for
I'm
one.
asking.
No. I thought it...
At this point, I'm looking for 7 more.
So the last series we ran 2 day 1s
Yes, I remember that.
for that.
At least 7 for
Just confirm.
Yep.
Troy McLean.
245 on day 2 is late reg, so you can actually late register 3 levels. No, so 2 levels on day 2.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Yeah.
I like that. I mean, could prove to be expensive, but I'll be up here for the first few hours, so it might save me a few $1,000s.
Yeah.
It should be 24.
Sorry, 20 is enough for a race, but minimum race.
Yeah, you can make it 24 now, but it's more than
You've
half.
got it to spend though after the series you've
More
had.
than
That's
half, so
30,
you-
35k week so far. Can't complain.
Nah, take that. Good start to the week. Yeah. Oh, goodbye, Bernie. Oh no, cold deck.
We are pretty deep here, but I think James showing up here with the Rockets.
Yeah.
He's going to, and Cooper even with a decision, but James is 3-bet.
He's
Cooper
just
with
gotta
the
get
8s.
What are we doing? This is some big hands, 4-handed.
Cooper's not a folder. Looks like calling chips.
Oh, this might just allow Bernie to just jam, honestly.
I mean, even with the 10-9 suited, obviously won't be getting in the way, but a lot of interaction here is, what are we just doing if we're burning after the cold call? All in?
I'm all in, yeah. But I think with the cold call, it's just a bit of a layup, out of position. Yeah. And then... Poor Bernie. Not like this.
Bernard chooses to just 4-bet and not jam. James absolutely licking his lips here, as that is a time bank chip, not a 1-chip call.
I think he's genuinely thinking if he should call or jam, but I think just jam and make sure that you cool a Bernie, right?
Is this the bottom of your cold calling range here for your Cooper with 8s? You know, I know you mentioned to let it go, but is this one of the worst hands you'd be looking to do this with?
They're just so deep. Like, we do get cold calls in those spots when we are so deep. I don't know about farm tables.
And that's an all-in, and Bernard has folded around back to him, and 92% of the time, Bernard will be going home. James does have him. Oh, I actually apologise. No, Bernard has got him covered by 20k, and he asks for a count.
Yeah, what can you do, Bernie? I think if you can fold this, you're a better man than me.
And after that 3-bet, sorry, after that 4-bet, has given him himself a chance to get away if he so chooses, but it's going to be pretty hard to do so. What do you think, Jared?
Yeah, yeah.
Load that one
I
as
just
well.
don't know what else you can do. Be a great fold if you can find it.
I mean, we are 4-handed too. It'd be one of the all-time folds.
Wouldn't
Really?
it? Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think Ace King suited
Load that.
straight in there, but Ace King O, I don't know. He's been around. Oh, Bernie, I think his spidey sense might be tingling.
I think if he had have seen the 10-3 suited 3-bet before, he'd snap this off, and Bernard has made the call. He's not happy, and he's in as bad a shape as you can be in pre-flop. 8% chance versus the Rockets of James, and James will propel into a monstrous chip leader if aces can hold here, as we will see a flop. Not much going there. The clubs are held by James. He's dead to running kings or a straight, and that will do it. There's no way out of this pot for Bernard. He does river the king in the end, but it doesn't matter. And from our count, he's got 20k left, which is 1 big blind or 1.5. Okay, so 1.2 bigs, as Catherine will count out these stacks. From what we're working with up here, Bernie will have to stick around for another hand.
Feels like a bit of a kick in the guts.
It does. You just want to go, don't you?
Yeah. But he's taking it well. I think, mind you, Liam J, who came back from 25k the other day to get
He
third.
turned a 25k chip into 27k real money.
Yeah.
Big blind was 20k, and Liam G, who had 25k, he explained all of the hands in the chat, in the booth when he came up to commentate with us. And the spin up was like 20 minutes. Like, it went from 20k to 1.5 million in 20 minutes after like 4 hands. He quadrupled up in one, tripled up in another.
Too much. Let
Goes to
Jared
show
talk.
you're not dead. So our counts were correct.
The only thing I could have done, just call.
Bernard does have 14k. He's lamenting maybe he should have flat pre, but
that's not
I'm sure we agree with him. Up here, he's done the right thing. But
I think so, yeah. I would have just shoved over the 3-bet, I think. Which,
a lot of hits.
I think we can get a lot of good hands to fold. Like, if Bernie just jams there, James has to bin jacks, for sure. Especially with Cooper's cold call, it's just,
Oh, you made it.
it's just very unfortunate.
no worries, as we aren't too far away from a break, and that
One blind.
It'd be too easy
hand
otherwise.
will, if that hand is anything to go by, it wouldn't be going anywhere over the next couple of hours as we bring you the culmination of this event, as Bernard will be forced all in
Good luck, Bernie.
from the big blind,
24.
and Cooper will
24.
raise. Let's see what Amin's working with here,
I'm cold if I live. I'm cold
and
if I
it
live.
will The Queen Jack
I
versus
for?
the
'Cause I
forced
wanna
all
steal
in
it.
of
I don't wanna
Vernon's
keep it.
Ace 4 suited.
I want to keep him in.
And this will
Oh,
be the
Bernie,
last
hold!
hand. There's a break coming up as well. I'm tipping Bernie just wants to bust and get out of here because if he wins, he's going to
Not
stick
me
around for
holding.
another 15 minutes.
Not him
Yeah,
hold,
might be
of
able
course,
to
he is all.
Max late rates to midday madness if he gets out now, I think.
And looking pretty good for
I
Bernie.
thought the fault was a jack on it.
Some backdoor stuff happening for Cooper, which comes in on the turn, a backdoor flush draw,
There we go.
and
Keep him in.
Bernard would hold. So he's got to stick around for another
Good one.
15 minutes.
Oh,
If
good.
you're
Jack
viewing and
six.
watching
Yeah,
at
good.
home, we'll be
A
back
queen jack.
after the break.
Value rate.
Jared Thatcher going to stick around, so don't go anywhere as we bring you the culmination of our 1650 feature bounty. We'll be back in 15
money
minutes'
there, right?
time. See you then.
Nope.
Oops.
Oh, no, I did. I made $1,000.
Good job, man.
Thank you.
Such a profitable race.
Thank you.
I
I don't want you to get chips. I can't let you have those 12.
Can have one more
15
big blind.
I want the extra big blind, man. Jinxie, I think I made a good play.
Jinxie, is Coops trolling?
just still.
Lines. Yeah.
15. That's exactly what I got. I'm small one.
Go, Bernie.
10,
850.
15 now.
As we do rejoin you for continuing coverage of our 1650 feature bounty tournament here at APT. 50k guarantee. We reached that. And we are now down to our final four. Bernie doubling up from one big blind in that previous hand. Had to stick around for 15 minutes, so let's see what he comes with here. Let's see if he can stick around and do a Liam Jehu and turn one big blind into a 5-figure score.
He's sitting awfully close to a min here. I don't know why.
As some interaction between James and Ahmed. And
Bernie just flopped a flush.
James just James just mucks.
9 to a diamond.
James just didn't want a part of that pot at all and open muck before a min decided to bet. That's the easiest pot a min will ever win.
I know. Poor Bernie. He decided to save his one big blind. You can see him now, and he would have flopped a flush. It's just the way it's going for poor Bernie. Just I'll be patient. I got my one big.
Was it 9 something suited? Would you put that in there for a big? Two bigs?
Yes.
Oh, I wouldn't have come back from break.
Maybe you didn't call her beautiful.
So yeah, maybe.
Jared Thatcher in the booth with us here. We're going to commentate with you down to a winner. We're at 10k, 10k, 15k. And Bernie with the Queen High puts that one into the muck. As the way these levels are structured, you know, we have 10k, 15k. What's another level that's like that? It's not. We don't have 20, 25. So like 10, 15, for example, the level that we're in now. Let's use that. How does that change your blind versus blind strategy when the big blind isn't double the small blind?
I think, yeah, you're just getting a better price. You're more incentivized to be pip. So, yeah, you just play more.
Are there any hands that you actually ever folding out of the small? Are you like, how much of your range are you actually calling out of the small blind? Like, are you playing, how much more percentage of hands would you play as opposed to like a regular structured blind level? Or is it not something you kind of think about too much?
No, you do. I mean, it's also dependent on who the big blind is as well. I think, you know, someone who's going to ISO correctly or aggressively, you might limp a bit less, and if you think that you're going to be able to realise it from a lot of your limps, you probably limp a bit more.
Yep.
Yeah, you might even raise a little bit more depending on your opponent. It's hard to say definitively, like as a percentage. I kind of like to adjust on who's in the blinds with me.
Yep. As we get a dealer change from Catherine to
I
Jacob.
don't have many. I have few.
Catherine, I gave her the best news of all time. A random viewer on YouTube recognised her from the
said
Poker
that to
Pulse
everyone.
podcast and asked if it was actually her, and I said it in fact is, and it wasn't a friend or anything, it was just a random that noticed
Remind me
that
when
was
was the
Catherine,
last
the
time you
co-host
did
of the
it? And you
Poker
can
Pulse
remember.
podcast,
Yes.
along with Troy McLean and Craig. Troy, you can see there in the comments, says
Is he
Catherine
bluffing
does
or-
leave us, and I mentioned her that she got
Call.
recognised, and it was probably
Good
the best
again.
news. Yeah, I like that I given her a brick of gold. She was stoked. So
Unreal. Good to see them
so I
having
shouldn't
fun
raise
with the little
the bar.
project and getting some
so I should
loyal
raise the bar.
loyal views. Yeah.
we had pocket threes.
Go Bernie.
The time is now. He's actually
Great shape.
Terrible.
Well, he's forced all in, so he is in the big blind, and he is not in great shape anymore. In fact, he probably couldn't be in worse shape. One out for Bernie.
Jeez. How escalated.
It certainly did. Can he find the three of spades?
If I check, 7 check.
the spades there, but they aren't a 3. Got a backdoor straight draw for Bernie, and
Go,
it comes in.
Go, Bernie.
It comes in a 3 or a 5.
Sixes.
Bernie will be going home, and Cooper will be taking down that. Actually, no, apologies. Sorry, Amin. River's a king, and will win that pot, and we'll say goodbye to Bernard Stang, who was the victim of one of the ultimate coolers in that large pot that James has obtained. Around 1.7 million. Not much else Bernie could have done there. I know we discussed the hand before, but
3
just
left.
unlucky.
Yeah, nothing you can do. Not Bernie's day, unfortunately. Getting massively coolered. And then folding the flop flush for one big. It's just timing was off. What can you do?
And what can you do? He had to think about the ace king as well. He gave himself a chance to get away from it, but I doubt he would have been. He probably would have been one of the only players in the room that would have got away from it if he did.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, props to him for taking that long. What else can you do? I would have just shoved. So he did well. Hello, Ali. Thanks for joining us. You big chicken.
My fault. Oh, I had a jack as well. You had me dominant.
Who do you think's going to take it down, chat? Coop's been pretty steady so far.
Interesting. We don't know a lot about James up here in the booth, so if you are a mate or have played with James before, let us know. But he's in a strange position here, given he's got a huge chip lead over 2 extremely competent and experienced players. So we've seen James enter the passive route with the ace queen, but then we also saw him 3-bet the 10-3 suited. So he is mixing things up. How does your strategy change when we've got players like Amin and Cooper covered? Do you just keep your foot on the gas?
It's kind of hard here because like neither are like teetering in the danger zone. So I think he should be opening, but like Cooper and Amin aren't going to back down, and I don't think they're overly concerned about the ICM pressure here. Like they're kind of deep enough where they just have to keep playing.
James raises pre, Cooper defends and fires a bullet barrel here on the flop. Repeat on the turn. Cooper going nowhere with king high.
Yeah, I think if Cooper floated this hand, I think we might see him lead, even though it's like a... Oh, sorry, it's a BBB.
Yeah, it's blind versus blind.
Yeah,
so
that makes more sense, actually, why he called flop. Yeah, he's got to start bluffing his hand now. Oh. I think he should.
James likely going nowhere just yet. Straight draw to go along with this 2-pair. As Cooper goes 95k to just south of 250. James weighing up his decisions. Anything other than call?
Wow.
Here.
I think this is where they might be able to get James into a bit of trouble, like just floating like Cooper did then, and once he gives up the betting lead, he's usually not continuing. So yeah, I think that was a bit tight. But again, he probably feels like he's going to face a hard decision on the river, and so better to move out of the way now.
Fair enough. Expert commentary here from Jared Thatcher as James looks to get back on the bike with 10-9.
Not discouraged by that one.
35. Fold.
And at the very least, seeing more chips in the pot here as Amin decides to call with the ace-2. Seeing a flop.
Amin doesn't bet good hands like this, or 3-bet good hands like this.
And we've got some interaction here. Amin with the nut flush draw, James with middle pair. Decides to check that one back. Amin improves to top pair and checks again. What are we thinking here, Jared?
I think he just has to check back his hand after checking flop. I don't see what it achieves.
Looks like small, 15k. I mean, decides just to come with call, and we'll see a river. 9 of clubs would be interesting. As the Jack of Diamonds rolls off, and it is a 4-liner to a king.
I wouldn't mind seeing him bluff his hand now. Oh. Yeah.
Amin and Cooper,
That's a good card for you.
and 2 in a row off James. So we're playing for 18,000 up top. The feature bounty part of the tournament is over. We're just in a regular scheduled tournament, and it was a little different. You had to finish first or second on your shootout table to qualify for the final table. So all of these players have already won their way through, I guess you could say, to this portion of the tournament. Some tables finished, one table finished 4 hours earlier than the other. I saw Cooper battling it out with Aiden Hildebrand on one table and Amin on the other, but I think Bernie, who we just lost, finished off the rest of his opponents fairly quickly as James flops the eyeballs out of this one with the 5-4. Decides to check it over to Cooper.
3 bet 20.
Raising or calling here, Jared?
I think we should raise just because we're so deep, but I can see an argument for just calling. Yeah.
Agrees with the latter part of your statement, and we will see a turn.
Yeah, I think it's turns like this, it's just going to kill James's action anyway, and if Coop had a hand. So I think raise was the play. It would have got Cooper to fold.
That will be the end of that as James picks up another pot. Still with a pretty insurmountable chip lead.
Yeah, Cooper a bit more subdued today. Doesn't have as much bling as the other day.
What was going on there? I've been meaning to ask him about that because he stepped on stream, looked like 50 Cent, or I don't know, I couldn't even name another rapper, but he looked like one of them with that bling on. What was the go there? Do you have any knowledge for us?
I feel like he was just really intimidated by me, and the chains gave him some fake confidence. That's what I think. Whereas he seemingly thinks he has a better chance against these two.
Of course. Did you catch any of the WSOPC run, the coverage of that tournament? Did you catch any of that? It was commentated by Jeff Platt and Brett Hanks, two probably the best commentators in the industry at the moment, the most prominent anyway. They commentated on his final table. We got that big score for third. Did you manage to catch any part of it at all?
I don't think that I did, but I have. It's funny you mentioned that. I messaged Cooper like a couple of weeks ago because there was a thumbnail with his head in it about one of the big hands that happened on that FT, and it had over like 2 million views.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah. So I think he cracked aces on the FT. Can't really remember, but yeah, you see Cooper's little green hat in the thumbnail.
And that outfit coined the nickname that's stuck ever since, the Bushwhacker.
The Bushwhacker.
What a obviously very close mates with Malcolm. What a month or two they had from that from that point onwards.
I know.
Pretty incredible stuff.
I know the boys like to enjoy themselves as well, so it would have been bad day to be a casino trip, I think.
Oh, dominated. Flip my one. Dominated.
Yeah, a couple of fun-loving guys always in the mix, so yeah.
I heard a story that I'm not sure if it was Malcolm or Malcolm's partner or a mate the day after flopped a straight flush on Ultimate. The day after Malcolm won the bracelet for 1.5 mil. I think one of them in their crew flopped a straight flush on Ultimate. I'm not 100% sure what happened there, but vaguely remember hearing a story, and I was just like, when it rains, it pours, doesn't it?
Yeah. No, if there was any ever doubt, he's the chosen one.
Yeah.
This all but confirms it. So Cooper keeps in good company. I think you can spot it's good to hang off the chosen one.
Malcolm does have that nickname, but obviously it's not through lack of talent. Incredibly talented.
Yeah. He's, obviously a great player. I listened to a Table One podcast. Have you seen that?
No, I don't think so.
So maybe someone in the chat can remind me what the hosts' name are. But it's a poker podcast, and they had on Niall Farrell, the Scottish player.
Yeah.
And he goes, there was a year where he got voted the most overrated player. He was telling a story. Sorry, underrated.
Underrated.
Somebody said he was
like,
underrated.
Who holds an award for the most overrated player?
I know. And then he goes, one of the Germans came up to me. He said the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life in just a deadpan German accent, and comes over and goes, just so you know, I don't think you're overrated, mate. Or underrated. I don't think you're underrated. He's basically saying I think you suck. So it was Rainer Kempe who was saying. It was a very, very funny story. I recommend checking out that podcast. They've had some good guests.
Yeah, okay. They're hard to come by, really good poker podcasts, because people don't tend to put a lot, like, there's not that many around. Obviously, we've got our flagship one here in Australia, the Poker Pulse podcast, but I mean, I've listened to a few. Obviously, YouTube really dominates the poker market. Like, there's a lot of free content there on YouTube. But if you've got any podcast recommendations out there,
Getting walks now.
Yeah, that's the second one. I'll give you like 15.
Yeah, it's quite a casual chat that they have on that one, and they got some pretty well-known guests. But yeah, I recommend the Feraldo one. He's quite a funny guy. So yeah, just good laugh. Nothing too serious, but they were having a lot of fun. I don't think you're underrated. It's pretty cold-blooded, right?
what was the nationality? What did you say? It was a Russian guy or something?
German. Rainer
That's
Kempe,
that's quite funny.
Yeah, just in typical deadpan humor, and it's like, oh, thanks, mate.
As we've got a lot of clubs happening here between Cooper and Amin. One club on the flop. I did have this discussion with Liam Jihu yesterday. He got asked a question in the chat as Amin takes the lead here with a pair of jacks. Cooper with the gutter. He got asked a question: what is the best resource for a player that's beginning? And Liam's main recommendation was there's a lot of free stuff on YouTube, and you can become a profitable player just off that stuff. As Speak of the Devil walks into the booth, Mr. Jihu. What about yourself, Jared, in terms of, I know you mentioned on the stream before in Brisbane that you've got a lot of really good players around you, but more so if you're just starting to play, wanting to learn, trying to level up, resources that you could recommend people in terms of podcasts, YouTube, courses, or anything like that? Is that something that you're up to date with?
It's quite hard to say. I guess it kind of depends on what level that you're actually at. But Yeah, like Liam said, there's a lot of free resources, so you don't have to go out and
I should
buy
have valued it.
buy
I'm
a
like,
course.
like he's queen 10. I
but,
think he's leading the turn.
I mean, I like
but queen 9. I think he's check
some of the training videos on
do I value it or not?
GTO Lab. I watched recently, so I subscribed to that. I thought they had some really good instructionals.
I found GTO Lab had some of the free stuff that the hand analysis that he's put out on YouTube. I don't know if you've seen the videos. He actually gets the player that plays the hand to come in and run through the hand with him, and it's just free on YouTube.
Yeah,
You don't have to pay for it. You got 2 or 3 of the best players in the world explaining their thought process in a hand. It's pretty amazing.
there's actually one that is free on YouTube where John Jaffe does an exploit video. And I think it's 1 of 3 parts, but the first one's free.
Okay.
And if it, like, that was one of the best videos that I've seen.
Yeah.
On just hearing a great exploitative player talk through their thought process, and he pulls up hands that he played and his thoughts in it. So it's super insightful. I'd recommend it.
As James takes the lead with a pair of 10s, but Amin going nowhere with that flush draw.
I think he's going to start to bluff this one.
Ooh. And a snap in there from James. Amin takes that one down with the 8 high. As Amin's starting to chip in to James's stack, something you predicted might happen, Jared, over the course of a few hands.
I think he's just he's having a beer, maybe. Like I like seeing that. I mean, we just need to see a little bit more aggression out of James and maybe a little bit more floating, because as we're probably becoming aware, Min's going to be a bit cheeky if you let him get away with too much, and so yeah, I think standing up and digging in a little bit more is going to be beneficial, because Min will just bleed you dry.
As the graphics, that hand is over. We'll move on to continuing coverage of 3-handed play here. $18,000 up top. 2 of Australia's best in Armin Riazati and Cooper Felton on. But they are succumbing to James's mighty chip lead of 1.6 million. 44% of the chips in play, holding his own. Benefiting from the aces versus ace-king hand, but sticking around nonetheless.
Passivity blind versus blind between these two.
What do you think that's a function of? Just 2, more competent players don't want to get entangled up with each other when you've got, potentially someone not as experienced with all the chips, or is that just probably more of a function of the distribution, do you think?
It depends what strategy Cooper's trying to employ. Maybe he's just going to play a really heavy limp 3-bet as opposed to raising first in, and if they were like the stack distribution would mean Cooper would probably want to limp a lot, but they are still really deep. So we could see maybe him doing a few extra raises.
Yep.
Then theory.
Yep.
But yeah, just happy to not blow pots out of position, which makes sense as well.
We still are pretty deep here at our 10k, 15k level.
You're someone who doesn't mind bloating pots out of position, though. And right on cue. This is an annoying one for Cooper. I think he'll continue.
Prediction comes on in as he's run into one of the worst hands he could be facing here, dominated by a man's King 8, but we will be seeing a flop of 9 Queen Jack. No player holds a heart. I mean, continue here, Jared.
I think he'll just bet small. I think he wants to check a bet big a lot, but I can just see him just betting small and getting away with one. Having the king's nice.
Let's come with just over a third, and we'll take that one down. That's Min closing in on James's chip lead. We were just talking about before Liam came barging into the commentary booth about those resources. You're saying that one of the best videos you've seen is that GTO Lab one on YouTube. It's just made mention to you. It's pretty incredible that that stuff's out there and it's free, and it's a game in which you can get basically as good as you possibly want, and all that information is just there waiting for you. Some of those courses and whatnot can be really expensive as well, so it's good to be able to find something like that and recommendation from yourself.
Yeah, it's difficult. Like, you want to, when you buy these things, you want to be able to get an increase in your ROI. And so there's no way to really guarantee it, but, the more work you put in and the good stuff you learn, you should be winning more.
3 checks.
So, yeah, I'd recommend just getting out there and bleeding the free resources dry.
Yep.
And then
Min checks this one back. What are we doing here if we're Cooper?
checking. It's a bit annoying.
Those eyes have some devious intentions. Hasn't checked just yet. Just comes with lead.
3 bets, 75.
Yeah, it's going to work. Yes.
Half pot.
Yeah, he wasn't going to give up if it came a 3 river or a heart river, I think. So, nice hand by Cooper. Just getting creative ideas.
$18,000 up top here. A 50k guarantee on this one. We reached that.
What's 18 grand going to do for someone like a Min?
That's just pocket change, mate.
Put it on the pile.
Did you ever watch Breaking Bad?
Yeah.
You know that scene in the end where the
Huel?
Huel lies on the $80 million of cash in Walter White's storage room. I reckon that's what Amin does when he goes home.
Yeah.
He just lies on his stack of cash.
Yeah, he's got big Huel energy. Yeah, I could see it. I could see it. He doesn't have too many flashy, showy things, but I do think that he does indulge in the Scrooge McDucking through his gold and lying on his piles of money. Everyone's got something, right? Six suited again on the button. What are the odds?
Cooper cornering a bit back in the previous few hands as he tries to make an indent on Amin and James's stacks. Jack 3 going into the muck here for Amin. How do you think this room, I know you mentioned it's the first time you've stayed here, but how do you think this room stacks up in terms of venues around Australia? The Eatons Hill Hotel. You look around here, got those banners draped down throughout the room. As soon as I turn my shoulder, I look at a men's banner straight in my men's banner straight in my face, along with the men's at the back there with Nathaniel and Luke Edwards, our most previous main event winner. How does this venue stack up in terms of where a lot of places you've played in Australia, Jared?
It's very nice. Like, they can get a lot of tables in, and it seems like you could run as it continues to grow. Like, they could run bigger and bigger games, which is also good. Like, you're never going to be inhibited by the amount of tables you can fit in.
Yeah.
I like all the food options on site. I think that's great.
I'll tell you, I don't want to know how much I've spent at that grilled across the road in the last 4 or 5 years since I started coming after COVID.
It's pretty good.
Oh man, yeah, it's great. There are a lot of options here, but the grilled gets an absolute flogging. The food in venue is quite good too. We went out for dinner last night, just in the normal, like the pub meals are quite good. The parma was good, pizza was good. But it's just got a good. Always had a good.
On site, I haven't been back in the car
Yeah.
for 5 days. Like,
No,
it's great.
everything's here.
Everything's here.
And I've also got the supermarket as well, so
Yeah, it's perfect.
yeah.
So I do see a lot of growth here for APT, and the players love it, and they've always loved it, but it's grown on me.
Yep. Yep, that's good to hear.
Coop's going to get 3-bet again.
Of course, if you do win the main event, you'll be $50,000 or $60,000 richer. You'll have the banner up in the room at the next series, and I can see Luke Edwards draping from the top of the roof. You will also get a tournament named after you at the next series. So this series we've got the Luke Edwards main event champion 7 max, I believe, on Saturday afternoon at 3 o'clock. The APT Luke Edwards champion 7 max. So every main event winner from now on will have a tournament named after them at the next series. So little sweetener there if you take down the main event, as Amin 3-bets the ace 4, and Cooper's going to take one off here with the queen 10. And we have some interaction here. Amin flopping bottom pair versus the top 2 of Cooper. Take us through this one, Jared Thatcher.
Immediately, it's a really good adjustment by Cooper. He knows that Amin's 3-betting a lot, or wider than maybe he should. And so he's peeled one off with a very marginal holding like Queen 10-0, and I really like it. You just have to change your frequencies when Amin's doing what he does, which is getting after it. So, and then Amin has to continue with the pair here. He's not going to be very happy. So far so good by both of them, I think. Yeah, this will give Amin a chance to just check fold, so Coop's always going to keep barreling here. He's going to want to set up a river jam, so I can see him coming with about 180 or 200. Could go bigger, but
I think he might be going bigger, Jared. 250?
250.
yeah. I suppose he gives him in rope to just shove on him here. Obviously he won't, but
Look at him in. Always the absolute non-believer. Just no snap fold there. He
just wants to sit annoyed for a bit. We obviously know he's folding.
He's shaking his head. He can't believe it. Doesn't like it.
He's not happy. But good hand by both of them, I think. Yeah.
This 4 goes into the mark. And Cooper now closing in fact, has hit the million chip mark for the first time. Even though James has that chip lead, we're now pretty evenly distributed across the table, three-handed here.
Thanks.
As we get a dealer change. Jacob in, Jacob out, Catherine in, sorry.
Getting some min love in the chat. Just probably people are tired of seeing him in final threes, I think. I know I am.
Just been on one hell of a run in the last couple of years.
Yeah, just can get it done. So it's probably got to be favourite at the moment, but Cooper clawing back and James obviously chip leading, so it's anyone's game.
Sets himself a really high bar as well. I remember I was just close. I was near the table when he won the APL Millions main event, and shook his hand. He's like, "I finally did it. I finally did it." That's what he said. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, I just commentated you winning the APT main event like 6 weeks before. I'm like, what do you mean finally did it? You just won a main event. And he's won another one within the space of 2 months. So sets a really, really high bar and very high standard for himself as Cooper flops the eyeballs out of this one.
Yeah, I think he won the Marconi main once as well, and countless other tournaments.
Upstairs, $100, six-handed, straight into the paint. The Brisbane champs. We already had 3 registered. If you'd like to register, come squeeze for a shot chance at getting into it. We're going to do sweet splits upstairs, roughly.
Cooper has just managed to find a way to get more money off James.
Just the 3 of clubs drills home on the river for James. Who's
Very
going
unfortunate.
value bet this one. Looks like around half pot. Let's see what Cooper comes with here. Yes, Cooper, you do have a full house.
I think he's going to go very, very, very small and just make a 3. Really upset.
What are you thinking, like 90 or 120 or something like that?
3 raises, 135.
Oh, nice. It's gone a little bigger, 135.
I think James can get away here from what we've seen
Well, the
from him earlier.
flop's gone check, check, and the turn's gone check, check as well. So he's definitely going to be inquisitive to some degree. And he reaches for a time bank chip.
I mean, no, he's not shoving now.
It's trying to wonder after this action what story Cooper could be telling here after the flop and turn of check through. He is trying to talk to Cooper. Let's listen in, see what he's got to say. It's another time bank chip goes in.
Don't waste them, buddy. You'll pay off a dumb river later, like I did.
And Cooper looks like he is about to get paid by James. That looks like a face that's about to call. He does, and he's going to see the bad news as Cooper shows a full house, and that'll be...
It's well done by Cooper. I would have went smaller just to guarantee a call, but obviously that was a much better outcome and better plan. James just needs to get his head back in the game. He needs to forget about that hand now.
I know we went through a lot of your key hands that were on stream in the Goliath. I know you don't want to relive any of those ever again, but was there any other really big... Because I did notice that you went off stream quite short and you came back to the final table with about 1.4, and it appeared you'd spun it up off on the outer table. Were there any hands that you can recall that really got you back into the mix for you to be able to come forth?
Yeah, I think immediately after the bubble burst, like our table chip leader Ridge opened and I had jacks on the button and double up versus eights, so that was pretty easy. And then
as we have a quad alert here at APT, he's not going to get much more out of Amin, who defends the 7-4, but James just flops quads with king-queen suited. And let's just see if the unwritten rule comes up. It does. He does show quads. The unwritten rule of the stream table, you must show quads or better.
yeah,
You must show quads, and he's done it.
oh jeez.
And Amin and Cooper getting quite
All
the
even now.
chuckle out of that. Let's see what they got to say.
I'm third in chips, but everyone's... I went from... I had 650, now I got 1.1. So, we're on the climb. I got you, bro.
He's got a funny nature, Cooper, doesn't he?
I know that.
There is a great photo of Cooper. His first tournament win is like it's just like some pub event where he wins like $80, and he's got a photo, and he's got this long mane of brown hair, and it's his first cat. It's like under $100 or something like that. I think I could try and pull it up, but he's been at it for a while, and he's certainly come a long way from... We've all got to start somewhere, but he's certainly come a long way from that pub tournament.
Yep. With the unkempt hair, now he just has the unkempt beard.
It's James. Has a bit of interaction with this flop with 8-4 of spades. It's got a backdoor flush draw. Any pair would take the lead as well. So after a min raises, James won't be going anywhere just yet.
I think he will just call, but I wouldn't mind seeing a raise here from James. Not that ace queen would fold yet, but some other hands might. Oh, this is nice.
I think there might be a feed down to the table,
Yeah.
and he can hear you
I know.
as he comes with raise.
We're on the same frequency finally.
It took a few hands, but we got there. Of course, James can't hear us up here. We're commentating this to you off the delay. So we're commentating this as you see it as well. 25-minute delay. We've dropped the delay from 30 minutes to 25 minutes. We'd be pretty stiff, we thought, if a hand went for 25 minutes and the stream caught up, as Amin peels one off here, and we will see a turn. And James will take the lead with a pair of fours. How does this change the dynamic of this hand? We've got a 4-liner to a 5 after a raise pot pre and a raise on the flop. Jared?
Oh, there you go. He's going to bet. I'd go really small if I was to bet here, but see what James comes with.
So in the vicinity of a third, I'd say.
And Amin is not happy again.
That looks like 150. As our graphics just catch up with that size, it looks like 125 or 150, and Amin weighing it up his options now. Not a lot of room to move here. Jared, do you think?
I'd love to see him find a way to win this pot, but
Amin is ever the
Oh,
non-believer.
there you go. He found a way.
And he finds a way, as you predicted, Jared. Has James just checked this one back, do you think? Or he's going to go for it all? The SBR is just over 1 now. Amin with 750 behind, 650 in the pot. What are we thinking? That's a check. Amin just finds a way, doesn't he? But would have you done something different there, Jared, on the river, potentially?
It's hard. I think he knows he doesn't have the best hand anymore a lot of the time. So sorry, it's possible, but I think I like bluffing his hand. After betting turn, if you check turn, I think we can give up a lot.
I mean, we've raised the flop and bet the turn, so it wouldn't be unreasonable to think we continue telling the story of the fact that we've got a straight, right? SBR is just over 1.
Yeah, you can hardly blame him. It's a difficult spot. I think I like the raise on the flop. I think the turn he got put in a lot of chips with the best hand, and Amin just caught up. So still a nice hand by James. So I hope he gets his head back in the game. He's taken a few hits over the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, definitely done nothing wrong with there. Just got outdrawn by Amin on the river, and he felt the pain that the rest of us have been feeling for the last couple of years.
I know. Welcome to the club, mate. Welcome to the club. If he's got outs on the river, he seems to find it more often than not. I think he needs another beer, James. Just loosen up.
Yeah.
Raisin juice.
As Cooper picks up a whole lot of hand here in the small blind, we have gone up a level to 10K, 20K.
So yeah, this is the first time we've seen Cooper come with a raise in the small. So whether that's by mechanism of the stacks or obviously the strength of his hand. Amin's got a nice one to raise if he wants to. But yeah, first time Cooper's raised in the small blind, he's going to get a bit of credit, I think. Gonna get 3-bet again. If I know my Amin. He could pass this spot just by mechanism. He've taken every other one, but
What are you talking about, Jared?
yeah, missing spots.
What are you talking about?
Amin missing spots. Pardon me.
Not in this lifetime, Jared Thatcher, as Cooper. Is there any version of Cooper just having enough of this and fighting back with the king in his hand with a 4-bet? He certainly hasn't let this one go. He snap folded the king 6 before. Maybe he's had enough.
He knows the dynamic of play. That was what happened when he called the queen 10-0 earlier. He's not happy.
What's the worst hand you think you'd probably start to fight back there with? I mean, he's really thinking hard about the king 8, so he mustn't be far off in terms of hands in his mind, what he's thinking about 4-betting there with.
I think he can take offsuit ace-x, some suited king-x, seems to make sense. And then just like trying not to overfold. Maybe he needs to open slightly tighter and 3-bet a bit wider, 4-bet a bit wider. But yeah, it creates a fun dynamic when Amin is so active in the small.
This is my favorite hand when I started.
Aces?
When I started playing poker.
Oh, that's a good hand. Yeah.
Like 18
Jack
years
nines.
ago.
18 years?
Yeah, I've been playing
God,
like.
I'm not even 18 years old.
Thanks, Coops.
Wait, hold on a minute.
Is this how you tell me I'm old?
Yes.
This is the way that you tell me.
Thanks, Grandpa.
I'm a fossil.
I've been playing for free.
As I know I surprised you about the cash game story I told about Amin, but Amin just saying there he's been playing for 18 years. Yeah, you're a little bit surprised when I said Amin's been around those cash game streets for a very long time. It's only now in the last few years he started to get his hands on all the tournament regulars money, but Amin's saying there that he's been at the felt for 18 years. So one of those, what's that saying that, you know, it can take a lifetime to be an overnight success. So he's been playing for 18 years and it's taken maybe 16 to win the amount of money that he's won.
Yeah, and it's certainly like his playability, and obviously he's a field player, but that takes a long time to play like he does and feel his way through spots like he does. So. Feels a bit dirty to have to fold this one, but I can't see him in proceeding. I don't know anything about his game.
He calls immediately, correctly, mind you, as James might have an avenue to take this one down, turning the flush draw if he fires another bullet. James really enjoying these suited 10x hands. We saw the 10-3 suited before, the 10-5 suited on the button now. Decides to check this one back, and Amin will get the check mark on the river. Let's see if that stays.
I think this is what makes Amin's check call really good if James isn't going to bluff this hand on the turn or river. Yeah, so well played by Amin. Wins a pot that probably wasn't entitled to win.
Finds a way, and prediction from earlier is starting to come a little true as Amin and Cooper, Amin especially, just taking very small pots off James continuously, who is now our shortest stack after being close to 1.8 million.
Get the man a beer.
That beer does look empty on the bottom right-hand corner of the table. How does your... I'll ask you the question after the hand, as Cooper here with nines, probably praying that this is a time that Amin, the 3-bet comes. And
he's going to pass. That's a shame for Cooper.
And James will defend the Queen Jack. And takes the lead on the Jack 3-7. No spades for either player. As Cooper continues, and James obviously going nowhere. Comes with call. We'll see a turn. Some backdoor straight stuff happening for Cooper as well, but not anymore as the 7 of spades drops on the river. Do you think this is a card that will check through a lot of the time?
You can see it going check here. Yeah, Cooper's got no reason to bet now.
Ace of clubs drops on the river.
I think Cooper still has, just going to show down his hand and hope James has a 3.
And that comes to fruition as James takes that one down with Queen Jack. Now, I was about to ask before the hand, how much does playing on stream change your strategy, if at all? I know some players really, really don't enjoy it and don't want to play on stream at all. Some others love it. What's your personal preference for playing on the RFID live stream table?
It's a good question. Don't deviate too much. I don't know. I think it probably pays to be a bit more aggressive on stream, so people think you're a lunatic downstairs. But
I mean, Naj will, off the last 2 days of the Goliath coverage, Naj will get action for the rest of his life.
Yeah, I know. How much money has that made him?
Yeah. More than the 65k that he took home, that's for sure.
Yeah, now he's just going to get paid off in every spot. And, yeah, maybe he could slip me a few $100s for that. I don't know.
No, you want an ongoing percentage, not a few $100.
Yeah, I know,
you don't want
I
a
know.
fixed rate.
Yeah, royalties.
You know, some complaints you can hear from people that play a lot is, you know, they may not be playing more hands per hour than the other tables in the tournament. I've heard that complaint from some people, more so that than, you know, people being able to decipher what your strategy is. Some rigs just want to play more hands per hour. I'm not sure how much of a difference hands per hour would be making on a stream, maybe 3 or 4 at most, potentially, but it's one thing I've heard. But you don't think it changes much for yourself?
Nah, I mean, just kind of work with the dynamics that are happening at the table, more so that we're playing on stream. But like, you know full well, if you've done a few things disrespectful, that'll get back to the person.
Yeah.
And then, whereas you would have kept your image because they would have never known, you might have a bad image. Like,
Yeah.
you know, if you show a few bluffs, you have bad image. But then bluffs that you don't show down, they even get to see. So
Yeah.
I think there's just that. So there's just a bit more metagame involved. You'll have to pry this ace deuce out of him in his cold dead hands.
One of my favourite quotes, that one is. As Cooper currently in the lead with a pair of 7s. And I reckon we might have some potential difficulties here. Looked like Amin did call. There is a river out on the felt. As we've lost sound to the table, so you're going to have to get used to the yap of myself and Jared Thatcher. Something has happened, so bear with us.
Wonder if he heroes him off here. I don't think he will. Ooh. Pays it off. Nothing for free against him in.
As we work hard to try and get the table mic back for you guys at home or in the room watching. Are you a stream watcher whilst you're on feature table? I know some people religiously won't miss a hand to get that information 20 minutes later or 25 minutes later here at APT. You're not someone that employs that tactic?
Nah, I'll try to find out if there's a hand I'm really interested in.
Yeah.
Hopefully someone I know is watching. If I really need to find out, I'll try to figure out when that hand's on. But no, I don't watch. Also, yeah, it's just...
This is one of the better flops you could ever hope for with King 2 of Diamonds.
Yeah, I know, and I think he's going to get bluffed here a decent amount of time. On turns and rivers, so this is looking lovely for James. Don't raise. Please don't raise. Please.
It's incoming as James chooses to come over the top of Cooper's raise, and those cards hit the mark quicker than you could say felt them. And we're not happy about that one, Jared, as Cooper now takes... James closes in on Cooper's stack.
Just think he has a lock on the board, and like Cooper is someone capable of bluffing. Like he does have a hand that wants to get money in, but like the hands they're going to call are better kings. Which we're happy just calling against. So, I don't know. We're not trying to deny much from Cooper. When we have the king, we're not really scared of a lot. So, I would like to have seen call. I don't know. Could be wrong.
I doubt you are. Jared Thatcher in the booth with us. Off the back of a really good week. How have you been going to start the year? I saw you had a little bit of a score at WPT, but how's 2025 treated you thus far?
Yeah, I'm ahead. So,
90-second call. 90-second call.
Well, we know you're ahead. You're always ahead.
not always. Promise you that. But yeah, so had some deep runs. I had made a fair few farm tables, so I think it could be better, but could be worse as well. So, you know, I was fortunate to win a comp this week and get fourth yesterday, which was decent. Yeah, it's still been up and down. So, you know, week 2 of WPT wasn't good for me. So,
A few bullets in the 2K main.
yeah, few. Yeah, double digits.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious, man.
But, I mean, it's one of the games of the year, and
Yeah.
yeah, you know, sometimes you just can't get anything going, and then this week things are coming a bit easier. So it's just the way it goes sometimes. I think you just have to compartmentalize it and move on, you know, like try to keep playing as well as possible. So
As we are working hard to get the table sound back up for you at home. I know some people just tune in not to listen to us, but the table chat as well. We'll see how we go there. As Cooper takes that one down from Amin.
I'd like to see the blinds go up. I think just create a bit better of a dynamic.
I think that's just happened. So
go.
it's 15, as soon as you said it, 15K, 25K. So it's gone from 10.20 to 15.25.
Don't let anyone tell you I don't have pull in this joint. See?
They'll start thinking when you win flips against them that you've got too much pull.
Well, mate. They only put them up because of me.
As we do move to 15, 25, 25K. On hand 74 of our coverage here of the 1650 feature bounty 50K guarantee, which we managed to reach.
All right, I think I'm getting a feel for him in now. I was thinking he's going to raise this one. I think James should continue, but I could understand a fold.
Does bin that one.
It's just gonna stuff like that. It just means that Amin's going to raise more and more. He did avoid a dominated hand there, so
Certainly did.
but I just don't think you can be folding something like that versus Amin. Certainly not someone I would describe as a tight, honest player.
Certainly not. As King 10 suited is at the absolute top of Amin's range here on the button, three-handed.
It's just not fair. Someone's going to stand up to him at the wrong time.
There's a little bit of interaction between the two hands here. As Cooper comes with call. We can ask for a king high board for carnage, and we do get it. We do get it as Amin has outpipped Cooper by 1.
Wow.
And snap goes check, check. What do we think we're doing here on the 2 of clubs turn, Jared?
Very dry board. I think Cooper is just going to start getting money in. Yeah. Yeah. I think he has to go small with the board so dry. Like, he can start betting a 7 here as well. 4. Wonder if Amin's going to raise him. That'd be cool.
No, it comes with call. Cooper looking for one of the 3 remaining 9s in the deck. It's not there, and Cooper's going to be extremely confident. He has the best hand.
I feel like it's big bet now. Maybe 125. Unless he just wants to pot it.
He's gone close to pot.
It's going to get snapped off.
And he's going to get the bad news as he would turn his hand over pretty confidently in that spot. But Amin just outpips his opponents yet again, and now working with half of the chips in play, closing in on our first 2 million chip stack of this tournament. How do you think Amin played? What do you think about Amin's play there after checking the turn and calling the checking the flop and calling that small size on the turn? Would have you potentially looked to raise at some point or even continue on that board on the flop?
Yeah, he can. It was unusual to check back, but I think he can raise turn. But yeah, I think he probably wins a similar amount if he just goes bet, bet, bet.
Yeah.
I don't know how big he can bet river after betting flop and turn, and then he just had an easy call versus Cooper's bet, which is a shame for Cooper. Like he's going to think he always has the best hand, especially when he's just called. Just a bit of a cooler.
And Amin not out flops. He was ahead anyway, but flops top pair with his queen. And this one checks through. Amin really starting to get a hold of this table. James decides to take a stab at this one. Barring some type of outrageous behaviour, Amin will be taking this one down after getting the check mark on this river.
Yeah, James hasn't really shown a liking to bluffing these spots, so.
He has bet the turn. He's got to the river with 10 high. Got to start bluffing at some point. Maybe this
I
is
would
the
love
time.
him to bet over pot here, but he hasn't shown anything like that yet. And it would get called, but
He does choose this time to take a stand.
that's way too small. He's just going to get snapped off.
Looks like in the vicinity of 100k, 110. And Amin will take a little bit of time before putting his chips in to
Thanks,
the middle.
Peter. It's very kind.
And of course, you can tune in and watch us on Twitch, Australian Poker Tour, on Twitch and Facebook. And that is was that an all-in or 3? He mouthed something to the dealer there. It looked like a raise in the vicinity of 300k. Amin choosing to value bet the queen.
He's full of surprises. I
And
just thought it was going to be a snap call. But he knows he's got a very good feel for what James is doing.
and APT Live Facebook page if you want to check us out on Facebook. Get a lot more interaction there than Twitch and YouTube, but it's your personal preference. Just a name difference there. APT Live on Facebook and Australian Poker Tour on YouTube and Twitch. If you want to tune in and listen to one of the best in the country, Jared Thatcher, walk you through these hands. 1.2 million USD in cashes over his life. I'm sure he's won a lot more elsewhere as well. We don't know about, but with the way the Australian dollar is now, that's nearly 2 million AUD in cashes, Jared. Over a very successful career. So we are working hard to get the table sound back for you. We are conscious of that.
That 2 million's net minus the 10 WPT buy-ins.
Yeah, no, they don't get counted. I threw in 4 into that tournament for good measure, though. So what's that between us? 14?
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
Pretty good.
$28,000 into the prize pool between us.
Who did we make richer? Who won again?
The WPT main.
Oh, McSweeney.
Yeah, Josh.
Good.
Josh McSweeney won that.
Hope he can update his iPad or something. Thanks to us. I don't know what he's always doing on that thing. I think he's making notes about us. Or checking Sims or something. Please, if you're in the chat, McSweeney, tell us what you do on it. Maybe you watched in the stream on your iPad.
Cooper decides to value bet here. Trying to get looked up by the king high of James. I haven't really seen James have a tendency to do anything funky. Get on a line here with the king high. Does lay that one down. And Amin Riazadi, who that pot won by Cooper, but Amin closing in on 60% of the chips in play. 2.1 million, good for 58% of the chips. Here at 15K, 25K, 25K. We're getting a bit of insight into how Min was able to take down the APL Millions main event last year for a cool 700.
Yeah, I think he's played great so far.
And
yeah, Bart loves his game too.
His banner's up on the roof here as an APT main event winner with a host of other events as well.
Oh my God, what's happened to him? Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to beat him in again if he's folding 4-3 suited on the button now. He's just ironing out all these leaks. What's going on? He's in the zone.
Certainly at the top of his game. As Cooper is open-ended here, a queen would be a bit of a disaster for James if we see a turn and a river.
Don't think he's going to see a turn here.
As Cooper flicks out a chip on solitary 25K chip, and that one will go into the mark from James. As
can't win a pot pour, James.
No, I think he needs a schooner of that whatever he was drinking, maybe Bolter, or what do you drink up here in Queensland?
Pint.
For 4X, a pint of 4X.
Do you want to know why they call it 4X?
Oh, tell me, please.
Can't say it on stream.
No.
It's a good joke, though. I'll tell you off stream.
Do you drink much 4X? I'm not a fan.
I don't drink I don't particularly like Australian lagers. I'll tell you something. Now that like Asahi or something's brewed in Australia,
yep,
I don't think it's as good.
Yeah,
and
okay.
I love it. I drink a lot of it still, but something about it. Maybe it's the wheat or the hops we use or something. But
interesting.
I don't know. It just tastes different. Can anyone shed some light? Is Alan Wilson in the chat? Alan Wilson works at a brewery. Tell us.
Have you ever been out to the Bolter Brewery in Currumbin?
No, is it good?
Oh, it's an amazing place. It's probably my favourite beer, the Bolter. Mick Fanning started that and sold that off.
Did he? Okay.
And definitely one of my favourite beers. Just south of the Gold Coast. The brewery is there. Nice place to head.
Yeah, Currumbin's nice area.
As Cooper looks to limp re-raise, I believe,
Love this.
versus Amin really putting...
Amin's got the hand as well, where he can can raise again. I'd love to see this. This is perfect. Oh, he broke his posture.
What are you thinking here? If you were to do it all in, click back.
I think he's got a nice hand to click back. Oh, what are they playing effective?
So 600 behind after the 230k 3-bet.
Oh, if he
And-
jams, this is sick by him in. He's
Alright,
He's feeling it.
Grind Turbo Satellite upstairs has hit its guarantee. We have 3
He's just
players short of
he's just going to take all our money if he finds a jam here. He's played great to this point.
Still open for another 50 minutes. Go register at the front desk and we'll see you up in
He's got it in him, I know that.
No.
Oh, he wanted to so bad. Wow.
I wish we could. I wish we could tune into the table to try and get some sound back there, but we can't.
I think it's palpable tension. Nice hand by Cooper, and yeah, I mean,
Nice instincts there without pulling the trigger, I guess.
you could see it. It's I think he wasn't far away then. He could feel it. Have you had the Grifter beer, the Serpent's Kiss?
No.
It's like a watermelon pilsner.
Oh wow.
Okay, so it sounds weird, right?
Yeah. I love Pilsner is my favourite beer. I'll always get a Pilsner on tap if I can find one.
I'll get you a can of it somehow, some way.
Okay.
And it's
I'd be very-
unreal.
I'd be
You
very
love
keen.
it. You will love it. So Grifter's a brewery in Marrickville.
Yep.
And I think they did from Melbourne, but they used to be a pizza place in the city called Frankie's.
Okay.
It was pretty famous. They used to have live music, and it got taken over when they built the light rail. Like
Yep.
they had to go through there. Anyway, they did a collaboration with Grifter for this beer. And then Grifter came to him afterwards. It's like, look, this beer is so popular. We're thinking of just stocking it always. Do you mind if we take the idea that we all came up with and keep it? And I think it's one of their best-selling beers now. You get it on tap in a few areas. There's
Yeah,
a place
okay.
near me called the Eltham Hotel, which is great, that stock it. Yeah. It's great. If anyone is in Brisbane and has a few cans of it, please come by Eden Hills.
Interesting as James had the Stone Cold Nuts on that board. Not the Stone Cold, the second, but takes that one down nonetheless. You're a bit of a beer connoisseur. You sound like you got a lot of knowledge in that area, just as much knowledge as you've got of No Limit Hold'em.
Yeah, I think it detracts from my No Limit Hold'em knowledge, I think, how much I like beer. Yeah, it's something that's like grown on me over the years, probably why I'm slowly getting in worse shape. But I'm
Happens to the best of
partial
us.
to a beer.
Happens to the best of us.
I don't know what it is. I think you just get accustomed to it.
As we are three-handed in our 1650 feature bounty, 18,000 AUD up top to the winner. All of our bounty, the bounty part of the tournament is over, so it's now back to a regular tournament. You needed to win your way in via a shootout format to get to this final table, so the top two of every table made it onto our final table now, and we are three left with 18k up top, 50k guarantee, which we reached with the last entry. We had the stream on last night. It was really good to just do an hour and a half of the Empress, the ladies only, female only event. We had a 7.5 guarantee there, which we managed to reach as well. It was good to bring that, something a little bit different for the stream. We went from $10.5 million in cashes with 5 left in the Goliath. So all 5 players had 10.5 million AUD in cashes.
Really?
You took up 2 million of that. Toby 2.3 USD, Naj 2.4, and Jen and Liam rounding that off. And we just thought we'd do something a little bit different at night, and every entry into the Empress get a free glass of champagne as well. So we streamed that for about an hour, and it was good to just change things up a little bit.
This is a strange hand we got going on here. I think Amin opens button and James just flats. And they haven't put any chips in post. I do like to check on the river from James now. I think Amin has to bet. If he can check here, he's dialed in. No. Now, the question is... There you go. Thank you, Sarah. Love a grifter. Store locator. There you go. Thank you.
That's all we need. Sarah's provided a... Sarah Feltham.
Cooper's mum?
Cooper's mum or relation.
Auntie?
Or some type of... Could be one of the greatest coincidences of all time, but I doubt it. I doubt it. As Sarah provides... I'll be on that. I love a beer more than anybody, so I'll be looking to... I'll be looking to get onto anything I can get my hands on.
Yeah. Very strange. Like with a min opening button with Queen 3 offsuit. Really means when James has a hand as good as Ace Queen, he needs to be 3-betting in the small.
You know, I was just going back to that. We know Cooper and Malcolm really like to have a good time. I'm hoping that's Cooper's mum, because that could be where it's coming from. If she loves, she's put the beer description and locator in the chat. Maybe Cooper gets that, liking to have a good time from his mum or Sarah, whoever that is.
Yeah, yeah.
The boys do enjoy themselves, don't they?
They do. They're good lads, aren't they? Always happy to see those guys do well. And I think it's a sight we've got to get used to seeing.
Yeah, no doubt about that. As we have got the table sound mic back up and running, but that won't come back in until the delay catches up. We commentate this to you off the delay, so as you see it. So I dare say the table sound will be back with us in about 10, 15 minutes time as James flops bottom pair here.
Coop's got enough interaction here where C-bet seems good. There goes C-bet fold. Can't be folding bottom pair with a backdoor versus 1-bet, James. Could be wrong. Could be wrong. Might have been something else.
As Min Riazati still holding our chip lead. He did cross the 2 million mark for a very brief period. James clawing some back.
This is a tough ask for James. He's hung in there really well.
Yeah, he's held his own, hasn't he? We did have the chip lead. They've eaten into that quite substantially, but he's still around and he's still a chance for that $18,000 up top, as he'll be wanting to see some clubs on this flop. Let's see if he comes with raise. We have seen him flat the Ace Queen O before, but the suited variety is going to be good enough for James to 3-bet.
I like this sizing. I mean, it's not going to be happy.
What do we think here, Jared? Ever starting to fight back with a hand such as King 5 suited?
I think he's deliberating call. I don't think he's deliberating 4-bet. Yeah.
As he comes with call. And he'll be wanting to see some clubs in his head. We know up here in the booth that would be an absolute disaster, and that'd just about be the end of that, I would have thought, on the ace-6-8.
Cleaver says I'm always right. I don't know. We could ask my wife.
I met your lovely wife for the first time up in Gold Coast last week.
Yeah, she was having fun. Bit of shopping, eating out. Good times.
Does she get around much on the tour with yourself, or mainly stays home when you travel around?
Mainly at home.
Yeah. Hold the phone, Jared. I don't want to interrupt, but Amin has floated here with the King 5 of clubs on the ace-6-8. And
he's bluffing this now, surely.
He's got to, really, doesn't he? Peeling one off here.
I can really see James just checking here too, surely.
He's got to be calling with some devious intentions. And that's it, all in, and that'll be the end of it, I dare say. We thought it'd be the end of it on the flop, but James has decided to jam for over pot here on the turn. Amin inquisitive, but I dare say these would be hitting the muck pretty shortly. Jared, would you like to have found a check there from James?
Yeah, I think so. Especially when we see what Amin's floating with, dynamic turn. Ooh. We kind of have the hand on lock. Obviously, we're flush draws and straight draws, but we just hold on, right? We need to give Amin some rope sometimes, I believe. And I could see Amin folding ace-10 there to a jam, so... it's difficult. It's difficult, especially out of position there against a great player, so... But, yeah, I think he was just happy to take it down.
As I saw James, I thought James was going to go reach for the beer there, but went to reach for his phone. Phones are allowed on our feature table here.
So are beers.
So are beers. And maybe it could be a good time for James to reload.
Just going to go limp 3-bet again. Limp check.
As Cooper flops the nut flush draw, not much there for Amin.
I'd like to see Cooper check here. Yeah, his ace high is good enough, and there's no need to start betting this hand. And we're going to see, it's good to give him in a little bit of rope sometimes.
Starting to agree with Kleber. You're getting a really good feel on these three players now, and it feels like you can see into the future a little bit.
I don't know what Cooper's going to come with here. I think call's good. It's just one of those things, right? You're way ahead, way behind. Want to keep in his bluffs. Oh.
As Amin does turn some equity. I mean, his pairing the 8 or 10 would be good anyway, but does have a gutter to go along with that. Cooper still with the nut flush draw. What are you thinking here, Jared?
He's going to bet big. I'd love to see him bet big. $85 is smaller than I thought. Oh, 110. Okay, good. Cooper's got a combo now. It's not a fun spot. Yeah, it's always cool, I guess.
375 in the pot now. SBR just under 2 for Cooper as the jack peels off on the river. You're going to have to think Amin's going to fire one more barrel here, Jared. Getting down to the river with 10 high. Thoughts?
I mean, I Can't really see any other way. Can't check his hand now. Wonder what he's going to come with, because is he going to go a size where he's saying I have better than a queen, or is... Which he can absolutely do.
No,
Oh, wow.
he chooses not to do it, and it might have just worked. And
Maybe the first misstep for him in on this final table.
as
Which he played his hand great till then. It's a hard spot.
as Amin and Cooper, as a function of them sharing chips between each other, James is back in the chip lead after winning the big pot off Amin in that 3-bet spot with Ace Queen. Around 1.6 million for James, back into the chip lead.
Cooper's telling him in that I would have called you.
As we work hard on getting that table mic back, it's not too far away.
I think he would have had an extremely tough spot had him in went about 280 or something. With all options on the table.
Another confrontation between Amin and Cooper coming, do you think, Jared?
Has Amin ever folded Queen 6 suited to a single raise?
The answer is likely no, but we'll find out here in a few seconds' time. That is a 3-bet. It is incoming. Let's check on the size. James either hasn't looked at his cards or looked inquisitive. No. The 3s go into the muck.
Cooper's right on the cusp here again. This is like, he would always fold Ace 7.
All right, we've just clicked over 4 seats in the Grind Turbo Satellite. 4 seats giving away. If you'd like to play, it's $160.
With this dynamic that's occurred, small blind versus button, so many times on coverage of this event, what are you thinking here with the Ace 8?
I think I just peel.
For those absolute degenerates.
That does not look like a peel. That is a 4-bet.
Yeah, it's obvious. It's probably way better.
And that comes to 360K.
Cooper rising. Problem is, always worry when Amin can reopen action. I just
Yeah,
he's just,
he went to reach for chips there, but that's just a time bank. It's fooled me a few times this week. Have a look at these two go at it.
so he's missed 2 spots against Cooper. Not missed, like they were difficult spots, but will he pass this one up, which is a spot that he's making up, I believe. He's dialed in. I think as it goes on, I think he's more and more going to fold. What do you think?
I feel like there's some devious intentions here. 2 time banks used. Maybe he doesn't want to use them without proceeding further into the hand, and I'm just getting the feeling that potentially something is coming. It's more the fact we've played so much Amin, we know something could come very easily. Those at home would be maybe some, people that haven't played on the tour in Australia we're thinking, what are we talking about? But you haven't played against Amin Riazati, so anything was on the table there. But it does go into the mark. That would have been really something.
Yeah, he's shown a little bit of restraint. That's the 3rd time where I know he's been a whisker away from just pulling that trigger, and each time it would have worked.
4 time banks gone now in that exact spot, facing a 4-bet from Cooper, and 4 time banks into the muck, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, we said at the start of the stream, just nothing for free against him, and he's just nothing easy against him. So props to him. He's always thinking of ways he can win the pot.
As
Lots of ways.
Winning the pots most of the time. 3-handed with pocket jacks. I was hoping someone wakes up with... Hoping Cooper takes a 3-bet spot against him now. He's got the goods. As we have gone up a level here, 30K big blind.
He won't like it if James 3-bets him, I'd tell you that.
And comes with call, but a spot in which a lot of players could find a 3-bet. They love this hand. Martin Ward calls it the Millennial Aces. And not much doing there for James, as we've caught a stray here in the commentary booth. One of the greats, Lachlan Crilly, right behind us. He's had a good series thus far. Second in the Hashem Deep Stack for 15K, I think. USD in cashes over his. And we have the table sound back, so we'll be able to tune into the dulcet tones of Cooper and Amin bantering with one another. And if you are in the room or have been playing in the last week and you've seen someone that you don't recognise, a bald man that you don't recognise, that's Lachlan Crilly. Everyone's used to that long mane he's had for ever since I've known him, but for charity raised over $10,000, I think, for the world's greatest shave, and shaved his head. I think his goal was $2,000, and the poker community banded together to raise over $10,000 for Lachlan Crilly's world's greatest shave. So if you don't recognise who that is, it actually is Crilly, but just with a bald head.
Yeah, it suits him. Looks good.
I know we mentioned it before, but that long mane, I don't think he'll be coming to Turkey with us anytime soon.
I don't know, mate. He's a young man. When we were 26, 27, we were something.
Yeah. You wouldn't think about it. You wouldn't think I would have had something like that, but I used to have very long, like ringlet curly hair.
Did ya?
Yeah. So there's old photos of me playing footy and stuff, and it's just like a curly, like you just. Now all of that's completely gone. No one believes me, but obviously I got the receipts. But it was 10 years ago. Put it this way, I wouldn't have thought I'd be going to Turkey, but we'll be there soon enough.
Boys trip.
There you go, Jared. Take a look. Something like that.
Jeez Louise, mate. What's going on? Cancel the Turkey trip. Wowzers. Wow. Is that how it would go?
That is.
Why is that? How does that happen?
That was my hair for. It's been my hair most of my life, and I started playing poker, and that's completely and utterly decimated itself. As thanks, Rick, for letting us know. It was close to 15K for the world's greatest shave. Lachlan Crilly raised for that. There's some videos going around online. I think he streamed it or maybe posted on his socials the footage of him shaving his head. We wouldn't have minded a bit of that with us, but $15,000 is an incredible get, given he only really wanted to raise $2,000. Not sure if you can still. I think that's closed. I think you're unable to donate anymore, but I don't want to steer you in the wrong direction. I'll ask Crilly as I turn around and he's walked off on me. So we'll be able to find that one out. I'm pretty sure that's not still open, but $15,000 is an incredible feat anyway. It doesn't look too bad, Ball. What do you reckon?
He does suit it. It takes some getting used to. I was, get a bit frightened when people totally change their look, and I just have to tread with caution for a couple of hours. But then, it grew on me. He certainly can pull off the bald head. My head's a bit bumpy and rough, so there'll be no fundraisers for my head. I'm going to hold on to every last bit.
you and me both.
So you can go onto worldsgreatestshave.com/fundraisers/Lachlan Crilly. It should still be open. I would imagine that if somebody tried to donate after a deadline, they still could, right?
Yeah, for sure. So I dare say, or if you just went to the World's Greatest Shave site and typed in Lachlan Crilly, you'd be able to find that as well. $15,000. Incredible stuff. As we get back to the coverage of our 1650 APT feature bounty. A little bit of a different format. It's not a bad flop for the threes. I'm in with bottom pair, backdoor flush draw. You had to win your way onto this final table via a shootout format. Top two got in from the first round of poker. If you came first or second on your table, that got you into the final table. And after late reg closed, each player, one player from each table had that bounty on their head, which if you knock that player out, you'd get 1650, your buy-in back. That part of the tournament is over now. We're just at a regular tournament, even though it does say feature bounty. There's no bounties in play anymore. Oh, yeah. Murphy's Law. As soon as we get the table mic back after an intermission, the players stop talking. So if there's any chat between the players, we'll try and tune in, and so you don't have to listen to us yap on all the time. It's James raising this one up on the button with Queen 9. I mean, we'll look to defend. And the stacks have really evened out yet again, Jared. They've just played between this 700k to 1.5 million, all three of them, for probably 3 hours now. Well, 2 hours since we lost Bernie. Some in out flops James, yep.
Some spiky hair, old James, doesn't he?
And improving to a full house. What do you think the shirt James is running with? Do you reckon that's like a club, like a bowl shirt, or like a surfing club shirt? I'm not sure what you. It's definitely working with some patterns there.
Yeah, I'm not
Just
sure.
wondering if it's like a, it's like a cricket club shirt or something like that.
I could see it. I could definitely see a cricket club. Does strike me as a fun-loving guy. He's mistiming this one. He'll just take his showdown here. More chips for him, and he's actually won a fair few pots lately. He's back in a chip lead.
Thank you, Sarah. Some relation to Cooper, we're not sure yet. Providing the second most important link of the stream, which was the link to the watermelon pilsner, but the most important one, if you do want to fundraise, if you do want to donate to Lachlan Crilly's fundraiser, Sarah's put that in the chat for us. See if we can get that over 15k if it isn't already. Thanks, Sarah. I'm going to take the $1.60 that it's his mum and not an auntie or a sister.
Maybe Cooper's married and we don't know. Because we can't see profile pictures here. So
no, we can just see the name.
But who knows? Could be the coincidence as well.
This looks like a 3-bet from Armin Riazati. And it will be getting through this time.
What's the first reasonable hand? Amin's 3-bet out the small. I mean, offsuit ace-6. Reasonable enough, but bad day to be a button when a min's in the small blind.
30.
What do you do outside poker, Jared, to keep... I know you mentioned you do exercise and meditate outside of poker to keep your mind on the job, but is there anything else you do to... away from the felt, just to get away from the game a little bit? Rugby league, any type of sport or anything that you're interested in that keeps you away from the felt?
I enjoy watching rugby league, so that's the sport I'll watch the most of, but I don't play anymore. Too many injuries, but and probably a bit old. But I play golf. Usually out and about doing stuff, so try to stay pretty active. But
What's our handicap?
oh, I think it's 21 at the moment. It's not very good. Bit of a hack. But me and Joe Ashton were in the gym the other day, and we were solving some problems with our swings. Like we're on.
Joe's a very fit man.
I know he's in good nick, isn't he?
He's always been in good nick.
Yeah.
Very fit man. As we've just lost the stream up here.
It's not the first time I've caught Joe in the gym at the same time. He's... Oh, we're back.
And
Sarah Feltham's mum.
$1.60 shot comes in. As we do apologise, I've lost the table sound again. We'll work as hard as we can to get that back. And we have some interaction here. This is by far the better of the two hands that these two have gone to war with each other. And the three bets the raises incoming. Cooper's just called. Fireworks ahead, Jared.
Yeah, this is going to get all in.
What are we effective here? 40? 35? Is that right?
So Cooper's the effective stack at 1.1.
30k big blind.
Yeah, this gets in.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see how this proceeds.
I mean, can just call, but I don't think he will, just with the dynamic at play. Like, he can call the limp raise for sure.
$2.85.
We don't like this as a min, but we're always continuing. If these two have any idea what the hands were earlier, then a min just goes all in.
You got to think, especially with a team of like Cooper's got behind him, he's going to know at least some of those hands that Amin has gone to war with Cooper against Cooper with. So I'm going to presume that they've got at least some idea, as Amin has gone to 110. It looks like Cooper's gone to... Amin's pulling chips back, so it's going to have to be a 4-bet.
Oh, this just gets jammed on.
Doesn't look like a jam. That's a click back of some description.
5 raises to 520.
520,000.
5 calls.
And it's all in call. You were absolutely spot on the money, Jared Thatcher. It got in ace queen versus ace jack. Cooper's at risk. Sarah, Cooper's mum, watching along, really doesn't want to see a jack at any point on the flop, turn or river, and we're going to see a flop of king deuce 3, as safe as it gets. And Cooper's even got the backup flush draw there. Don't have to worry about that now. It's a jack or a jack only to send Cooper home. It doesn't come in, and that cripples Amin Riazati to under 10 big blinds.
Extremely unlucky there for him in. That's just the dynamic outplay. I think he's, as I said a few times, I think he's played really well, and that confrontation was unavoidable.
Just had to be on the right end of it.
I think so, yeah. I mean, could easily be the other way around, and I think it gets in the same. So if you swap the hands.
That's 1 million. 1.1.
Yeah, Cooper's in the box seat now.
1.2. 1.5.
It's going to be pretty hard to get past, isn't he? Our second player that's gone over 2 million. I mean, well over 2 million before, but now is crippled to under 10 big blinds, and the path to victory in this APT feature bounty at $18,000 is going to be through Cooper. It's going to be pretty hard to beat now.
He will be hard to beat now, yeah.
15.
Oh, 1 5.
Yeah,
I
1
thought you
5, yeah.
said 1
They've been
5.
out swinging, so it did
Yeah.
take a bit of a
15.
cold deck collision.
Nice hand.
Amin taps the table. Nice hand, he says to Cooper.
Been a bit spoiled playing so deep three-handed. It's not something we get to see so often.
Still alive is Amin, 9 big blinds. And Cooper, where's King Queen here? Bit of interaction here. 2 big hands, 3-handed, 8s versus King Queen. And Cooper flops the Queen to take the lead. Backdoor clubs for James, who checks, and over to Cooper. The board that he looks to continue on as James hasn't shown a propensity to be too sticky, but decides to make a fool out of us. We'll see a turn. 3-side heart. He put the wrong one. Cooper lamenting the missed value bet there in his own words. As we do a recap of around the room today, we did mention to you that we had the stream on last night showing the Empress, the first few levels of that, and if you were tuning into that stream, you would have seen Josephine Ting, or Jojo, play basically every hand and destroy everyone at the table. He was working with upwards of 200 bigs once the stream cut off, and we thought maybe at least, the very least, Joe would be on the final table of the Empress once we cut the stream. And I can report the prediction was fairly close to correct, as Joe took that one down, and it's her second win of the series. Joe won the bankroll builder on the weekend for 14,000, and she's also taken out the women's only Empress event for $3,000. Pretty incredible run there. 2 trophies in one series. It's very hard to do. As Amin wakes up.
I like having you around.
Alright. Was it that bad?
No.
I'm confused. No, I'm not anymore.
I saw your cards.
You want me around? That's fine. I'll be
Surely you
the
understand.
I'll be the prey for you.
Surely you
Yeah, so just touching on JoJo there, 2 trophies in a week. She was taking everyone to the streets, was just flatting any 2-4 suited, 3-4 suited, didn't matter what came on the flop, it was always aggression and attack, and you can see how she took out the bankroll builder and can definitely see how she also took out the Empress. Kat Matthews, who featured on our feature table as well, came second for 1900, a cash game regular. She's got 2 kids at home, so nice to celebrate a small win there for Mum. And the second trophy of the week to be taken out by JoJo. Amazing stuff there.
Stop and go. We can't fold, James. I'm sorry. Yeah.
And then we'll have 20k behind, looking to dodge an ace, 9, or running straight cards.
Just 10 minutes left to register first one for today. We are almost at 5 seats. What's his guarantee now? Almost at 5.
That running straight has come in, the draw anyway, and James will be looking for an ace, a 9 or an 8 to send home Amin Riazadi. It doesn't come in, and Amin will double up, and he's back in it, Jared. 15 big blinds.
Yeah, the 2 boys are evening up in chips, actually.
got 2.5. 2.5. I got, yeah, a full double for a min. For a min. We call in.
I know you mentioned you like to watch rugby league in your spare time. Are you much of a punter or better on sports better at all, or just something small interest, or you just stay away from all that type of stuff?
Yeah, I stay away from sports betting, personally. Yeah, I get enough gambling out of poker, I think.
Yeah.
Even though,
That one, the furthest, yeah.
Can I give that one to a min?
you know, you play, hopefully, because
Wait,
you have
oh,
an edge.
okay.
Yeah,
That's the bad one. I didn't want that one.
Sports betting, very tough. Edges are
Not
small.
sure at all.
Yeah, edges are small. And, like,
If I was, the tournament would be over. If I
if
was
you
sure.
went by this year, the teams I think are going to win in the NRL, like, they just get pumped. I have no idea.
Yeah,
Like, I'm
okay.
hopeless.
Yeah.
So, probably a good thing that I don't. So, yeah, just interest.
5 races, 220.
As a min comes with raise for half of his stack.
Yeah, you wanted that.
How much you got there, man?
4 million.
Okay.
Oh, hell yeah.
Perfect. Soon to be.
I have
400 or something.
450.
Five.
Just under 5. Yeah, just 5.
just 5.
Perfect.
Exactly.
Thank you very much. That's 565. Perfect. Thank you.
When you're not playing and commentating, what are you doing with your spare time, Braden, when you're back in Melbourne?
Big AFL. I love my doggies. So we go if the
Western Bulldogs.
Western Bulldogs. If they're playing at home, I'll usually be there if they're playing at the MCG or Etihad Stadium. I'll be watching my doggies.
Oh, you always go to the games?
Yeah, usually try and get to most of the games. Me and my whole family are all, they're from that area. So, like my great-grandma followed the team when they're in the VFA in like the early 1900s. So it's a big family thing. I go with my cousins and whatnot. So mostly just AFL and love my cricket as well. Played cricket for a long time.
Just hoping you
Taking a few years off, but I think I'll be back next year and go and get out and play with my mates back where I'm from. But yeah, just very, very boring Victorian cricket and football answer for you. As I think we might be on a 15-minute break.
Jared! Yeah, big shout out. Thank you, Cooper. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
As we are on a break here, so don't go anywhere. If you want to watch two of Australia's best, and James hanging in there as well, we'll be back in 15 minutes' time, and we'll see you soon. as we welcome you back to our ongoing coverage
Getting to
of the
that point.
1650 feature bounty event here at APT
like-
Eatons Hill.
Pretty sure
And
you can fold it.
Yeah.
if you are just tuning in,
Anyone
it
can
is Cooper with a big chip lead dominating Amin and James. 2.5 million. Amin and James working with $500,000 now. Amin was very short, managed to double up after losing that big cooler versus Cooper, blind versus blind. So welcome you back into the booth, Jared Thatcher.
Yeah, I felt it
We'll be
before.
taking you down to a winner of the 1650 feature bounty. We should be operating at 2040, 20k, 40k. Do commentate this to you off the delay, but yes, it is 20k, 40k as Cooper has 2.5 million, which is good for 70% of the chips in play. What's the strategy here for Cooper now, Jared?
Mash money in the pot and make one of them go all in against you. I believe, until something changes. They're not going to want to be the next one to bust, so can leverage that fact. No prizes for guessing what's coming here.
11 big blinds, good enough for pocket tens. James decides, might get looked up by the Queen 2 of Cooper. How does the strategy change for James and Amin now? Basically identical stacks when Cooper has such a big chip lead. What are we looking to do there if we're Amin or James? Are we looking for the ladder, waiting for the other person to bust? Are we looking to double up through Cooper? What's the thought process there?
As they're both like neck and neck, I guess it's kind of really key for them not to fall below the other one, right? So you're either trying to break away or at least not go lower. So it's probably a good time to be slightly conservative.
All in. The seven's all in.
But, I mean, easy hand.
Fold.
Reflecting on the ace-jack versus ace-queen hand between Amin and Cooper, is there any way for that to go another way, or is it just all about the dynamic there? I'm just thinking, you know, is there a way in which Amin can call and get away, or in that spot, if it's you or the dynamic you're witnessing, is that always getting in basically no matter what?
No, I think you can call in position versus the limp raise. I think it does well.
I might interject that answer there as this should be it. Amin has one of the easiest jams of his life, but wakes up with the ace-jack into the top of Cooper's range. This is going in, Jared.
375.
See, 3-bet's not all in. And James not folding yet, but they'll go into the mark. All in call. And Amin with ace-jack again. That won't be his favourite hand. And I've got to note, James did have king-jack in the big blind, so an extra jack has been folded. And it will be an all-in confrontation with Amin at risk. Ace-jack versus ace-king. A jack's been folded. Amin looking for
Deck hasn't been kind to pour him in.
No. And there it is. He even has the backdoor flush covered. Cooper won't like to see that when he watches back on stream to see that there was only 2 jacks left in the deck. Amin found one of them, and he will double up through Cooper again. Very unfortunate there for Cooper Felton. Just a cooler. But that's pretty frustrating given James had folded one of the other jacks. But it's the life of Amin Riazati.
5.
Game back on.
Pretty unfortunate there for James as well.
Sad to be folding that one.
Well, folding that and also would have
Got the ladder.
would have got the ladder and would have been heads up versus Cooper.
You did say you wanted to stick around, yeah?
Hey?
You did say you wanted to
Yeah, that's what he said.
There's
I think bottom of the
Liam
cards
G, who
didn't want
did
me
prove
out.
you are never dead, spinning up that one big blind. I
Oh,
know
yes,
it
it did.
isn't quite
So I wanted
that, but Amin lost that chip lead pot down to 9 bigs. Already back up to 1.1 million, second in chips now.
Bottom,
Yeah.
It's more evidence that you're just never dead in this game. You can never ever give up.
Min's going to keep swinging.
Five fold. Seven's all in. Three fold.
Alright, just over 10 minutes left to register to the Grind Turbo Satellite. First one for today. We are almost at 5 seats. 4 seats guaranteed now, almost at 5. If you'd like to... Sorry, I'm back, got a bit distracted. If you'd like to come up, 10 minutes left to register.
James ditches the king 5 off.
1 and 8 seats. Just short of 5 seats to give away up at the Grind Turbo Satellite.
Three call. Five check.
You don't see a raise from Amin there. Decided to check this one back, working with about 25 bigs. This Cooper flops so much equity with 10 high. He's actually a favourite versus the ace high. What are your thoughts there? Would you find a raise or you like a check back with the ace 2?
I think check back's good, definitely. He's had no incentive to play a big pot with Coop. And if he does get it in, he's dead. So he's a good bluff, but it's just not worth it at this point.
As Cooper does take the lead.
Three bet 60.
Once again, guys, if you're looking for flips, head on over to the on-demand center. Flips on demand.
Ace high going to be good here, often enough to flick in a call, Jared?
I don't think so. I think he can pass this one, but Amin might have other ideas.
No, you knew it subconsciously.
50.
That's a raise.
5 raise, 150.
That is a raise from Amin. Cooper wondering what he is up to.
Yeah, Coop can never fold this one at the moment. It's not going to be having fun, but it's an easy call.
Can you see any fireworks here on the river as Cooper improves to a full house? How does this card affect us if we're Amin after this raise on the turn? Continue to fire?
I think he's just always going to check this back after Cooper checks.
Is that a lead or is it a time bank?
Time bank. Yeah.
What do you think about this one,
105.
Jared? As Cooper finds a lead for quarter pot after Amin decides to raise the turn. What are your thoughts here?
I suppose it's just making sure he gets value if a min ever has a 7 here, which I don't quite understand. If he gets looked up by ace high, you know why. Oh my god.
Yeah,
There you go.
a
How good.
genius.
Dealers in the grind. Make
Well
sure you
played,
bring
Cooper
up
felt
your
him.
tuck in your chairs.
Wow. They seemingly knew what was going on. I didn't.
Yeah.
And I can see.
Yeah, we can see the cards. We certainly can. You wouldn't find too many leads there, Jared, in a spot like that, or you don't see that too often amongst the general population?
I mean, he's got to be expecting a min to be raising high cards on the turn there, so maybe he knows something that we don't.
He likely does. That's why he's out there and we're up here.
I know. Oh, there's a very nice hand by Cooper. Got me by surprise.
He's going to get back on the bike here.
Can obviously see their cards or something.
That's how good the play has been over our coverage since Wednesday. A lot of people think people can see the cards. Obviously they can't, but it's just been a factor of how good people have been playing. Of course, Jen's check back with that 7-6 versus Liam's Queen Jack was something to behold, really.
Don't see that every day.
I don't think I've seen that any day.
Nah.
Quite incredible.
Should have been out the door. Probably made herself 25 grand, I think.
Yep. No doubt about that. There's not much interaction here. Cooper could be able to take this one down.
I think he's going to like his interaction and the fact that a min shouldn't have many offsuit 9x in the small, so I think, but then we have to assume a min folds to a bet here, which I'm done making assumptions with a min.
I think we all are. But that one does go into the mark, and Cooper will take that one down, getting the two better hands to Mark as he starts to assert more superiority since he doubled up a min. He's back down under 20 bigs now, is a min. Cooper with a commanding chip lead. Looking for, I reckon at the very least, his second APT trophy. I know he's won a Goliath before. Not sure if you're aware if he's won much else. How much, at APT I mean, how many APT trophies do you have yourself, Jared? Can you recall? Two. What did they, so you got one this week in the 6 max. Have you won a grind or a Goliath?
A grind,
You won a grind. I reckon I might have been here when you won that. But what year?
Where was it? Southport, I think.
I think I was there, yeah, I do. So 2 APT trophies. The grind, that's one of the major trophy, the big size.
It's a big,
it's like a big heavy one. That's a weapon.
It is a weapon, yeah. I've got heads up and lost in the 2.5K before.
Yep. Do you recall who was that? Was 2?
Dennis Jankovic.
Yep. That's a tough spot for him in. I think he can just open jam that one on the button sometimes, but raise folds also seems good. Nice to take out your second trophy here in the 6 max.
Yeah.
First tournaments of the week.
Yeah.
And you were smiling in the photo as well. Rare to see you show some emotion in public. I know you got a bit of slack over that. Bit of slack over that.
They told me off for not smiling in the final table photo.
So you made up for it when you won.
So I'll smile when I win. Easy jam here for James. Easy. Oh. Opportunities.
Hello.
Oh, wow.
What is happening here? Goodness gracious me. I mean, there is. So it's Ace Jack suited versus Ace Jack and Ace Queen, and action is on a min, closing with Ace Queen.
Wowzers.
This is crazy.
525.
I think, yeah, he has to call because if they both get eliminated, then Amin gets the pay jump.
Let's
That would be
see.
fun. Because
That
then
would
we'll
be
be going
tune into the
home,
table,
have
see what you can
tea,
come up with.
enjoy the day.
might have the chance to do it.
Oh, GG everyone.
5.5.
Good game.
Can't fault
Min's
you,
a
can we,
whale.
Jared?
He's gonna pay.
No, not when we
I am
cover
aware.
James.
Jinxie, Jinxie.
Thank you, Cooper.
Well said. How do they get this distribution with 3 left?
Pretty crazy. And then Amin finally makes the right decision, puts that one in.
was
And
like,
it's,
you're taking maybe a base
he's in
10.
an unbelievable spot here to triple
All
up.
3 players all in.
Spades will enter right now.
Spades!
I tell you what, I can't recall ever hearing of, or at least at APT, a three-way,
And James with
like what would you call it, a three-way elimination to win a tournament. That'd be pretty incredible. If spades do come,
I got the
the
spades.
tournament will be over.
Alright, we'll see you.
And Amin will come second. But here we go. He's in a great position to triple
Do it,
up.
my God!
The spades land.
Do it! No!
The spades
Brad,
land.
Come on. Come on,
If
Jacob.
we hit a spade here, we'll have a double elimination
End it.
and the tournament will be over. Incredible
Okay,
sands, the
good.
deuce on the turn.
Jacob,
James is
just
out the
focus
door.
red.
Fuck
What
what
do
he
you want?
says.
You want red.
Jack Diamond.
Spade.
Spade one time for Cooper to win
That's
it.
it.
Oh. As Amin Riazati finds
Spade flop.
the triple up after Cooper flops the flush draw. It would have been the most incredible
man.
end to a tournament we've had here in some time. And we'll lose James. He really held his own there, didn't he, Jared? But third for $7,200 for his troubles.
Yeah, he'll take a lot away from that.
Absolutely.
Two very tough opponents.
I don't want to pay it.
You're allowed to.
Can I do afterpay?
After that bad bit, you're allowed to.
That would have been a great story for the socials. One Cooper wouldn't forget for a long time if he managed to win a tournament through a double elimination.
Mate,
Cool. Alright, what are we doing, man? We just playing?
As it looks like these two are going to discuss a deal.
If you want to like chop a little bit and then put 2K up down.
Yeah, we can chop a little bit.
That's I'm
Say no,
happy.
because if you do a chop, whoever has the most chips gets the trophy. End of tournament.
No, we're not. We're not.
Oh,
I'm just letting you know
then you're
how
not doing it.
We can do it under the ground. We do one off camera. We take a
Do
5
you guys want to pause and talk?
Yeah, take a break.
As we will take a short break here as the players discuss a deal.
There's
Jared,
no point. Just play.
and what do you think will turn out? Oh, actually, we might
don't know.
have
You wanna take
an
like
answer
5?
already.
You can have a break for that.
Yeah.
I don't need a break, but you can have one.
Like a 5 minute.
Yeah. Sweet. Let's just play. I think the stream wants to see us play. Right?
Yeah. I've
And
never
it
had.
does look like they'll be playing on here. Amin and Cooper have declined a deal. And it looks like we have a 5-minute break and a no deal. So we'll be joining you in 5 minutes' time. Don't go anywhere. If you want to see two of Australia's best at it, heads up here at APT.
You always come up when you've done something crazy.
1.77.
as we welcome you back to the eventual culmination of this 1650 feature bounty event. We took a 5-minute break. Players discussed a deal, and it looks like no deal was made, so we are straight out playing for the $18,000 up top. And of course, it's anyone but Cooper Feltham and Armin Riazati. It was inevitable. Just me in the booth with you today. Braden Jinx, Jared Thatcher's just left us to go get a bite, and he'll be jumping in the grind. So it was amazing to have Jared in the booth with us for around 4 hours. Really grateful for Jared to come in.
20?
APT ambassador, and his insights into No Limit Hold'em. It's really something to behold. Such a smart fella, so great at the game. It was really good to get his decision making and thought process on these hands. It was really interesting to listen to him commentate on players of the caliber of Amin and Cooper. But we are where we always thought we would be to start the day, and that is Amin and Cooper heads up here for 18,000 Australian dollars, as we have a fair bit of interaction here. Amin with middle pair and Cooper open-ended. We'll be seeing more chips go into the pot, I dare say, as Catherine, our dealer, here at our feature table. Cooper bets and Amin comes with call. The 9 would be a very interesting card. Alas, it doesn't come, and the 8 of hearts drops on the turn over to Cooper again. Apologies, a couple of sound issues there. Get that table down as Amin's 10 holds after another barrel from Cooper on the turn. Let's see what Cooper comes with here. He's fired 2 barrels into this one, gets here with king high, decides to give up, and Armin's 10 will bring him an 850k pot as he takes back the chip lead. Did discuss a deal, but we're going to play it out, so we'll be here to the end of this event. A lot of love for both of these players in the chat. It was great to have one of Australia's best players, Jared Thatcher, in the booth with us, donating 4 hours of his time.
I'm trying to damage my trophy.
Oh. I'll get you one. I'll get you one there. I'll get you the main one.
I notice Amin has donned the hat, the cap.
Look good up there.
I think he won the APL Millions in a cap. He hasn't worn a cap all day. Puts that on for his heads up. Jewel here with Cooper Feltham. Bum Sarah watching on. Been a good contributor for us today in the chat. Love to see it. She'll be
I'll take both.
cheering on her son to take out the 1650 APT feature bounty. The bounty portion of this tournament is over. Don't forget, you've already had to win a mini tournament basically to get to this. If you finish top 2 in your first shootout table, you qualified for this final table. A little bit of a different format here as threes continue to hold versus the men's 10-5 off. $18,000 up top, as I mentioned. And the best contribution we've had in the chat today was from Cooper's mum, Sarah, who posted in the World's Greatest Shave link for Lachlan Crilly's shaved head. Of course, shaving off those long locks to donate to raise money for the World's Greatest Shave. That's approaching 15,000, I'm led to believe. So if you do want to donate to that, you'll see the bald head of Lachlan Crilly wandering around the Eatons Hill Centre this week. But it is all for charity. That link is in the chat, posted by Cooper's mum. Very good contribution. We love to see it as the min looks to bluff the 10 high here. Cooper inquisitive with the threes. Very inquisitive here. He's going to put in the call and he's going to see the good news. The threes take it down over men's 10 high. That was the name of the beer. Jared Thatcher's favourite beer, the Watermelon Pilsner from Grifter. And I'm really keen to try that one out. Bit of a beer connoisseur is Jared Thatcher.
Time makes nearly even.
As the time banks don't get reset here, heads up, so we're stuck with one time bank each. So
No, well, that hand. No, it was called for really. Yeah. Thank you, bro.
I'm in, flops. Cooper dead to backdoor straight. Stacks evened up again. Min took the lead very briefly. Cooper fighting back, making the call there with the threes. And you can see our bust outs there. James, he fought hard, but it wasn't to be. Third for 7,200.
Dinner after this? It's like, yeah, it's like 6. Yeah. Winner pays.
And we're hearing that the winner of this event will also be buying the other player dinner. So a little bit more on the line than the 18,000. Cooper just absolutely drilling the turn here. Amin not dead. And that'll be running quads for Cooper Feltham. Amin left with king high. Cooper flopping that 3 with the backdoor flush draw, improving to quads on the river. Let's see if Amin takes another stab after probing the turn. Would be an almighty. Comes with a small size here, just under a third. He's about to hear of the bad news. Let's see what size Cooper comes with here. Backdooring these quads, it's a tricky spot you wouldn't be in too often, especially heads up. Let's see how one of the best proceeds in a spot like this. As a time bank chip is used, I reckon that could be his last. If we choose a size which is targeting a 4 specifically after Amin bets the turn and probes again on the river, it looks meaty, it looks very large. It's over 550. I dare say it's an over pot size bet here.
540? Yep, 540.
540. Cooper bombs the river with running quads. And I mean, looks inquisitive here. He always does though, but this is a huge size from Cooper Feltham. Amin, ever the non-believer. Oh, I thought he was reaching for chips there. The last time bank chip has been used. That is it. There are no more time banks for Amin Riazati. He's probably only got 15 seconds left to make a decision. This pot-sized bet on the river, and that is going in the mark. Amin has a feeling he got bluffed there, but in 25 minutes' time, he's going to realise that he was drawing dead as Cooper takes back the chip lead.
Or at any point if you're facing yeah, no worries. Yeah, yeah.
Cooper flops bottom pair here.
Six.
$25.50.
As we are on to our new level now, 25k, 50k. A little bit easier for a simpleton like myself to work out how many big blinds we're working with, as Cooper is approaching 2.2 million, still in the lead versus Armin. Takes down another one there. Not much doing for Amin Riazati. Cooper extending that lead as it looks like as Cooper decides to limp here with a king two suited. He's going to find out about Amin's queens very quickly as he decides to raise, goes large here, 150k. And Cooper is going to peel one off here, and we'll see a flop. Could have some fireworks here.
3 bets, 135.
Thanks, Captain.
Dealers in the Brisbane tracks, your blinds are up. 100, 300, please. Blinds are up to 1-3 in the Brisbane tracks. $200. Super raises, 200.
$280.
Pepper raised 280.
Cool.
Cool.
Ace high will hold here for Cooper. 300k in the middle. Just gonna have to get back on the bike. .30 local time. Could be going long into the night here. We're still pretty deep. Two great players. Will be fighting pretty hard. And Cooper will take this one down with ace high.
Big one, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, alright, blinds are up 400, 800 with 800 with my ante. 400, 800 with 800 with my ante. Next hand, please.
Still heads up here. A man commanding chip lead now after spiking that queen on the river versus Cooper Feltham. Picking up a whole lot of hand here on the button. Heads up, King Jack.
225.
225.
Just recapping around the room here. Registration open for the grind. If you are interested in firing a bullet very late, 2 levels of late reg tomorrow. Chips always are flying in the grind. And you can max late reg at 2:45 tomorrow afternoon. So a long, long way to go there. And don't forget that is 100K guaranteed. We'll smash through that, but no matter what happens, APT will be putting $100,000 of guaranteed AUD into that prize pool. And if you are interested, you can still register tomorrow up to 2:45 p.m. We've had a few people interested in the Luke Edwards Champion 6 Max. Of course, if you win the main event here, you get a tournament named after you at the next series. Luke Edwards taking out the last Brisbane series at the Voco Centre. He won the main event. And also the ever popular poker shop. That has been one of the most popular flagship events for the APT. Ever since I started playing, I can always remember the poker shop being on a Saturday. It's back to that Saturday time slot, and it will get an infinite amount of runners as usual. The bankroll build-up earlier in the day, earlier in the week, got around.
Also guaranteed another 3 seats. Another 3 seats for the turn. The grind turbo
200 runners, so we're going to expect a lot of numbers there in the poker shop. I think it might be 5K big blind there, Kleber, if you want to register tomorrow. So it's 15 bigs approximately. Don't quote me on that. I can have a look for you
I had a king.
to be official, but I think the max late reg will be around that 15 big blind mark.
You'll find out in 20 minutes or 30 minutes.
I saw a king in your hand. I don't know what the other one was.
60, right? Yeah.
But you should be afraid.
30 now.
I can slip 30% here.
But you won't.
I don't know why you're putting your money in.
Raise 120.
Once again, the grind turbo satellite number 2 up the satellite on the main area. 3 seats. That's right, 3 seats guaranteed. $160 buy-in. 1 in 8 wins a seat. Please go by the reception desk, come upstairs, and we'll ask any questions.
75.
Min turns the jack here. Cooper probably not going anywhere with his ace-9. But if anyone can figure it out, it's him. He does. Great fold there from Cooper.
Probably blocking another one.
Cooper was down to about 1.2, starting to claw his way back a little. We did a recap of the events that were taking place today. But it's all about the grind. There is a flight of the main event on as well, if you're interested in that, $600.
Yeah, you're right, you're right. Just checking. Thank you.
Don't forget Sunday, the Get Out Stakes, as it is affectionately known, the Beast, guaranteeing 40,000 in that. I reckon we'll absolutely obliterate that 40k. Always gets that guarantee, as both players here with bottom pair. Most of the time we're going to be chopping this one up, but you never know with Cooper and Amin. Let's see what happens on the turn. Six still playing for him in. Cooper decides to knuckle this one back. And the river has been presented. We're not sure what it is yet. It is a queen. Be chopping this one up unless something outrageous occurs. Looks like that one's checked through. No, apologies. Graphics just catching up.
$450.
That sounded like 1.5x pot from Cooper. It was 450k. I'm in deep into the tank already. Just remember though, these decisions have to be made fast because both players are out of time banks. Amin is out. I can see one time bank left there for Cooper. Apologies. One time bank there for Cooper, and Amin is out. I wonder if that's going to play into Cooper's strategy, knowing that Amin can only ever take 30 seconds to make a decision. And he takes that one down, folds Amin off a chop, and he's clawing into that chip lead ever slowly. As Amin here with queens again. They fell to the king 2 suited of Cooper last time, but the 10-3 suited now. Flopping bottom pair. Amin continues. Don't see Cooper going anywhere just yet. 10 or a 3 would be an absolute disaster for a min because you'd be stacking off on. That's a raise. I've seen Cooper do this before. He spots with bottom pair, and obviously not heads up, but he's run right into the absolute top of a min's range. 600k in the pot already. That appeared to be a raise of some sort. Let's see what a min has come with here. That is a 3-bet to 580. Cooper counting out calling chips. Auntie Liv is watching on, cheering on her nephew Cooper. Be devastated if you were watching about half an hour ago as a min found a queen on the river to keep this one alive. Cooper had him in pretty dead there, but just a cooler. Ace queen versus kings. The min picking up queens there and increases his chip lead. 2.3 million now. There might be heads up for some time, I fear. As these two players declined a deal, and we swap Jacob out for Catherine.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Viewers, in the Brisbane Champs, your blinds are up to 2-4, please. Blinds are up to 2-4 in the Brisbane Champs, please.
Seven raises of 210. Three, four.
join back the coverage of our 1650 heads-up match between Cooper Felton and Amin Riazati as Cooper limps the button, facing a raise from Amin, decides to peel this one off, both with a straight draw here as Amin decides to check, and it's going to give the green light for Cooper to start firing away here.
95.
An 8 would be an absolutely diabolical card, but it would end things and we'd be able to go get something to eat. We knew we were going to be here for some time. And that is an all-in from Amin Riazati. Ain't gonna die wondering. And that'll be all she wrote for that pot as he increases his lead now. Cooper falling to 20 big blinds. We'll be bringing you coverage of this great heads-up match right until the very end. No matter how long it takes, we'll be here. And we'll look to put the grind on later on a Friday night. A few levels of the grind to show you later on. But at this pace, we won't be putting the grind on because this is going all night.
First one's good.
As Amin just
Sorry, 7.
jams this one on
First
Cooper
one's a
as
7.
we
I
are
don't know if you know that
at
joke.
30k, 60k now.
Got my phone,
Amin just takes that one
Some
for
guy
20 bigs,
peels his
puts it in.
cards, sees a 7, he's like, first one's good. Then he peels 7s. He's trying to mimic him.
We loved having Jared Thatcher in the booth with us all day. Very generous with his time. What about some of the insights he had? Basically predicted every play. And this is going in sub 20. This is it, I'd say. I was going to just predict that we could be here all night given the calibre of the player, but we are. The effective stacks 20 bigs. 5s versus ace queens going to get in nearly always. And Amin Riazati, if the 5s hold, we are going home and he will be your champion. And he gets the 5, 6, 9. Not much doing there for Cooper. The way Amin has been running in these all-in confrontations, it is about as safe as flop for 5s as you could ever see. We're one card away, an ace or a queen for Cooper to stay alive. He gets the on the river. And the crowd goes absolutely wild.
Yeah, baby. Fuck those queens on those rivers.
Yeah.
Amin takes that in his stride, and Cooper was owed one of them, let's be honest. And he will now have over 2 million.
1,095,000. 1 million.
Yep, that's
1 mil.
just
Yep, 1
about
million.
bang on. 2.24 million for Cooper as he finds the queen on the
1 mil
river.
90,
It
right?
was the safest run out for pocket 5s you've nearly ever seen in your life. But a queen slamming
1 mil,
down on that
90,000.
river keeps Cooper alive, and he's more than alive now. He is the insurmountable chip leader. As
One all in flips.
Well. Yeah, you can go if you want.
I can pause the clock if you
Yeah,
want.
okay, it looks like we're going to take a very quick 5-minute intermission or toilet break here. So we're not on a scheduled 15-minute break, just a quick 5-minute break for our players. Don't go anywhere as we will play down to a winner in this event. 18,000 up top. We'll be back with you very shortly. We welcome you back from the break. And nothing's changed. Cooper doubling up in that last hand. We took a quick 5-minute intermission, 2.5 million versus Amin Riazati's 1 million. Join you back here in the booth to bring you the culmination of the 1650 APT feature bounty live from Eatons Hill. Commentating this to you off the delay, so I call it as you see it. And we'll be bringing you the end of this event, but I wouldn't go anywhere. Around 8:30, 9 o'clock local time, we'll be throwing on the grind as well. So I dare say we have a lot of action left in store, but we'll get this one out of the way first. A lot of love for Cooper in the chat. As Amin with a whole lot of hand here. We are at 30, 60, 60. So just working with under 20 big blinds, 10-9 suited. As Cooper's 7's going to hold on here versus the turn flush draw and straight draw of Armin Riazati, and that is a chunky river bet. It looks like it's over pot. It is 410 into 300, and it gets a wry smile already from Cooper. I don't think he's got any time bank chips left. He might only have one, so keep in mind he's only got 30 seconds to make this decision. It would be some call if it was made. And that's it, is the last time bank chip. I apologise, he had one in the bank there. One time bank chip left for Cooper. Is now in the middle, both plays without time banks. So he's probably only got another 20 seconds to put this one in if he thinks he's got the best hand. I can't see the shot clock, but it can't be long left. Those look like... Oh, he didn't like it. He didn't like it at all. And Amin gets that one through.
I'm looking forward to seeing that one.
As Cooper says, he is looking forward to seeing it, and he ain't going to like it, but it would have been some call if he put it in.
Like they're trying to get rid of us. Lines up. Okay, what are you working with there? You still got 1 point... No greens behind. Sorry, I'm just...
1.2.
Awesome, thank you. All in.
As Cooper has decided to open jam, we'll get the hands for you shortly.
Just deuces. No. No.
It's Cooper, 5-4 of spades on the button. Comes with jam. And Amin's got a decision to make here, working with about 16 bigs, I think. Probably one of the better hands Cooper could be up against if he gets called. Still got 40% equity, and it is going in. And it could be all over right here, right now. Cooper Felter has put Armin Riazati all in. It's 5-4 of spades versus Queen Jack off. If there's any type of interaction with the 5-4 and some spades, we're going home. And there is a 5 for Cooper. If he holds on here, it's going to be all over. The turn is a 10. Amin adds 4 extra outs. A queen, a jack, or a 9.
You're inevitable, Amin. Fuck off. Every time. Every time. Fucking hell. I've had enough. Can we do a deal?
Cooper wants to... We've all had enough, Cooper. Don't worry about that.
Fuck this. So tilting.
Hey.
So tilting. No, I'm not paying.
Didn't feel like that one was coming in, but Amin hits that river yet again after Cooper flops the 5. And we aren't going anywhere. We're at 40-80K now, so we are a bit more shallow. Won't go for as long as we originally thought, but goodness gracious me, it just doesn't end here in the 1650 bounty. Cooper takes it all in his stride, and we play on for the
Genuinely
trophy.
tilted. I'm just tilting because I wanted to end. Fucking hell. Now that is a small one. Boo. And the crowd boos.
I think even
I
the
got
TD wants to
1.3
go
this
home
room in,
potentially.
I think.
18,000 up top. We're not going anywhere.
Yeah. Hold on a minute. 1,350 plus that, so 1,430. 1.43. Something under 20 bigs. 18. Fuck, how do you fold that one? I'm in my villain arc now.
It's really bad. We didn't do much with it. It's better than 5 right though.
Natural 9. Natural 9. I peeled two sides straight in there. Straight in there. Spino would be proud of me.
Just doesn't end. A lot of love for Cooper. His mum and auntie watching on, trying to see their son and nephew take out another APT trophy. It's felt like a marathon. It feels like yesterday Liam Jehu busted on the first hand. That's how long ago that is. But we started coverage 6.5 hours ago as Amin puts this one in, and Cooper's going to fold. I thought that was the end, I'll be honest. I really didn't feel like that one was coming on the river, but Amin Riazadi will never be denied. Really didn't feel that one coming, but we are here nonetheless, and Amin is back into the chip lead. These two great players at it yet again. Amin just going to put this one in. It's King 7 versus King 7, but won't be getting looked up.
I think too low. Oh, king. It's too low. Dominating me.
Double.
I should have given you 21. Face down as well. Oh, they just saw the queen on the river up there.
That's the ace queen and 5. Yeah, Jinxie going off. I can
Yeah.
hear him up there.
Jinxie wants me to win. Thanks, Jinxie.
And that is an open jam.
Nope.
From Amin. That 40K, 80K blind level has changed things a fair bit. We're a lot more shallow now.
I'll give them some real entertainment, though.
But it has been entertaining, you're right, Cooper. A
them
really
a fun
great
battle, it's been
stream
fun.
to bring
It's
to
been
you
fun.
guys at home. Lots of love for Cooper. A lot of love from Min as well. So just a privilege to be able to bring this to you.
1,000 with 1,000 big blind ante. 500, 1,000 with 1,000 big blind ante.
As and how great is that to hear? As I said, we had a lot of love for Cooper in the chat, but a shout out to her grandma, Margaret. It's her 79th birthday today, and she's watching on, trying to see her grandson win another trophy playing No Limit Hold'em. So shout out to you, Margaret, 79 years old today. And must be having a ball at home watching Cooper. It's been a little unlucky trying to close this one out as Amin puts it in with a King 7 suited. And just can't get the better of Amin, can Cooper. Cooper open jams here. King 5 suited, Jack 3 suited, not going to be good enough. I fear we're nearing the end though. This 80k blind level has really made things a little more shallow here and seeing a lot more open jamming. I fear we're not too far away. As Cooper just catch up on the action here. Cooper's in a spot here. Amin looks to have open jammed, and Cooper with the ace deuce, sub 20. Appears to be a tough spot. I think he even just said himself he doesn't know what to do. So let's have a listen in to see what he ends up deciding.
So tight.
He agonised over that one, but it goes in the bin. Cooper ever making the right decisions. Feels like a tough spot.
What? 1.31.
Predict a lot of open jamming is going to occur, and Cooper puts in the King 7. Amin in the tank with the King 5. Don't reckon that one will be called off. We have been heads up for a long time. You never know what can happen. And this one goes into the bin.
I've got the Malcolm. Ah, good thing you don't know. Exactly, you don't know. It's a very, very old hand from Malcolm.
Okay.
Thank you.
Get a dealer change here. Catherine subbing in for Jacob. Subbing out for Jacob, sorry. It's been a long day up in the booth as well. These two
have at least a king.
Having a good laugh.
I did have a king.
I had a king too.
Then you're winning.
I think so. Maybe.
It's worse than 5.
Ah, I should have called.
Or maybe no try.
Chop or win. No.
No.
I don't want it.
All right.
Fully.
And another open jam here. Oh, it looks like Amin's called the button and
That's got to be an orbit, right?
not sure what's happened here as our graphics catch up.
All right, we're doing that.
And that is an
wrap up
all-in
thing again,
and
which
a
keeps
call.
making you win.
Cooper is at risk. 10-8 suited versus pocket sevens. This is the fakest flip
Yeah, it is.
you'll ever see to win a tournament.
Fake flips.
Cooper's grandma on her birthday watching on at home does not want to see a 10 or an 8. Sevens to hold. There's no 10 or 8 there. Safe enough.
Jack for a sweat.
Sevens are ahead.
There's a couple of sweat cards, actually.
For Cooper Feltham's pocket sevens. And the
Turn
turns
King
an
is
8.
so dirty.
Adds extra
King is so
outs
dirty.
for Amanda. A
King's
king
too
will
dirty.
counterfeit Cooper's pair. A 10, an 8 or a king will finish it. Oh, Cooper holds on. And that is a huge pot because it leaves them in with 5 big blinds.
One end.
That was the hand right there that was probably going to decide this tournament. Amin crushed
the
out of
Titans.
5 bigs as Cooper's
No one wants
sevens
to lead.
fold. I felt like the counterfeit out might have came there on the river for Amin, but Cooper winning the fake flip there with the pocket sevens, and he's in a commanding position to take out another APT trophy.
Is that 2-all now?
I don't even know.
I think it is.
It's probably like 17-17. It's
Yeah, something like
kept
it feels
king.
like that. But it's still, the king would have been dead.
Yeah. The king would have been fucking awful.
Yeah, that would be. Seeing the way the British have been, it did feel king.
We've got the chocolate double. It's never going to be a new I just start Googling.
How many flips and chip lead?
We've had I think 4 all ins, I think.
Yeah, there's been 4.
4 or 5, yeah, something
Do you have
ridiculous.
a chip lead change without like an all-in early?
You kept changing it. Now it's him.
He can't win an all-in now.
Yeah, it wouldn't be fair.
Got the,
It's
Doesn't
Cooper.
make sense.
Someone has to
Not only does he stay alive, that is a huge pot in the scheme of things, and I don't know if you're going to be here for too much longer. I'm in with 5 big blinds. He spun it
Was
up
that 5
before.
there, or
He
is
had
it-
under 10 when he was
Okay,
three-handed.
You have to count the rest.
But Cooper's in a commanding position as we bring the coverage of the 1650 feature bounty right to the very end.
Yeah. I think they got 2 all-ins ahead.
I reckon a man might put this one in. And that does go into the middle.
It's kind of scary.
What am I doing with aces, though? What am I doing with aces? Doing the same thing.
Yeah, of course.
Exactly.
We randomized.
I mean,
There's the same amount of offsuit crap combos as aces, according to me. I'm an idiot.
I mean,
Oh.
saying the word randomised doesn't really compute. He just,
Oh,
he's definitely a fiddle player. He never looked at a chart in his life or studied, and that is how much intuitive feel Amin Riazati has for the game. Pretty incredible. Yes. I reckon this one's going in as well. Queen 10 suited. Let's see what, if anything, Cooper wakes up here with. Gets through as Amin chips up just a little, getting the last through jams through.
Well,
That's an all-in from Cooper with the 9-7. Gets that one through. I fear we're nearing an end here. A lot of open jamming. I mean, down to 8 bigs, no, 10 bigs now. We're at 40-80K. It's a huge pot with the 7s versus the 10-8 suited. I felt like the Dirty King was coming. But Cooper in commanding position to take this one out. I don't want to root against the Min, but when Cooper's 79-year-old grandmother Margaret's watching at home, it's hard not to root for Cooper. Mum and Aunt are watching on as well, as I reckon this one will be going in for Min Riazati.
Call.
That's an all-in call. This is it.
Surely this time. Surely this time. Yes, hold.
Cooper Felton holds here. He looks to dodge a diamonds or a 3. It's going to be over. We've been heads up for what's felt like an eternity. This might well be it. Cooper Felton ahead. Mina Riazati at risk with ace-3 suited. There's a diamond in the window.
Oh no, not even close.
Nothing there for him in. We've got a backdoor flush draw available, but he's going to need a 3 to stay alive. That is the 9 of spades. This could be a 3 and a 3 only for a min. We've seen a min claw out of so many holes never at this event, but here we go. No, it's not there, and that is it. We finally have a winner in the 1650 feature bounty here at APT as Cooper celebrates with his rail there. See Gary Lynn and Johan.
Guess what? I've got the 10% of the winner.
Two fellas shake hands.
Free dinner.
They
You never lose, right?
one of the great shows we've had in Australian poker. It was a really, really good string to be able to bring you at home. And as I said, we don't want to root against the men, but with Cooper's grandmother watching on at home on her birthday, happy birthday to you, Margaret. A great 79th birthday. Your grandson has taken home another trophy here at the APT. We'll be back with you later on tonight for some coverage of the grind. We'll bring you a few levels of that, but we have a big weekend ahead. Small stream for you tonight, but thanks for tuning in. Thanks for everyone contributing in the chat. We really appreciate it, but that'll be it for now in the 1650 feature bounty. Congratulations to Cooper Felton. We will see you later on tonight.